오늘의 게임은 이름이 울트라 디럭스더라고. 뭐가 있겠지? 스탠리 패러블이라고 옛날에 뭐 인터넷 방송 보신 분들은 그냥 스트리머들이 하는 것을 엄청 봤을 거예요. 네. 그냥 겁나리 봤을 겁니다. 요거는 이따 탈 때 다시 띄워야겠다. 근데 그게 확장판이 나왔다고 하네요. 많이 바뀌었다는 말도 있고, 아, 뭐 울트라 디럭스까지 만들 만한 건가? 라는 사람도 있고, 반응이 다양한데, 못 봤어? 그럼 오히려 좋아. 나도 사실 3년 전에 해서 딱히 기억이 나는지 모르겠어. 하다 보면 기억나겠지? 약간 이거 뭔 게임이냐면, 옛날, 약간 제4의 벽이라나? 제3의 벽이라고 하나? 약간 그런 걸 넘은 컨셉이라고 해야 되나? 아무튼 보면 깜짝 보면 뭐 그냥 뭐 재밌어요. 이거 재밌었어요. 내 기억에. 잠깐만요. 이거 빨리 먹고. 그리고 요번에 한글 패치가 되게 잘 돼 있다는 평이 있고 한글 패치가 나와가지고 하는데 네. 자, 해석해 주신 분들 모두 감사드립니다. 이게 나레이션이 되게 많아서 제가 하려면 하는데 해석을 하기 시작하면 끝도 없어가지고 이전에 스탠리 패러블을 플레이해본 적이 있으신가요? 얘로 해야 되나?
방금 저스트 더 투오프 US 혹시 원곡 버전이었어요? 못 들어본 소리가 있던 것 같아서.
꺼서 모르겠어요. 얘로 할까? 옛날 게 안 나오진 않나. 이거 뭐가 다를까? 아니오라고 해야 돼요? 아니면 얘로? 내 기억에 이건 어차피 아무튼 얘로 하죠? 컴퓨터가 거의 보이지 않을 때까지 슬라이더를 조정하세요. 뭐 설마 다르겠어? 난 요 정도. 여러분은 어때요? 요 정도 하면 거의 안 보여요. 이 정도 하면? 이건 너무 안 보여. 조금. 현재 시각을 입력하세요. 지금은 오전 9시 58분. 근데 왜 PM이야? 아, 이렇게 하면 되네. 9시 58분. 맞죠? 참고 접근성 기능은 메인 메뉴에서 설정할 수 있어요. 이건 그대로네. 맞아, 이렇게 시작했었어. 오케이. 게임 한번 시작해보겠습니다. 옛날에도 이랬던 것 같은데? 로딩도 똑같은 것 같은데?
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on his Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order.
이게 일이야?
This is what employee
쉽다고 해야 되나? 이렇게 하면 미쳐버릴 것 같은데.
every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
스탠리도 일단 정상은 아니고.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. something that would forever change Stanley, something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked,
좋은 거
frozen
아닌가?
solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
아, 맞아. 맞아. 이런 거였어. 나가야 돼. 나가야지. 나가라고. 근데 약간 이 게임이 제가 약간 청개구리 스타일이거든요. 평소에도. 그 자꾸 뭐라 하거든요. 뭐 하라고? 이게 하기가 싫은 그런 거였어.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Wow.
Perhaps he'd simply missed a memo.
이거
No matter
컵도
how hard
번역돼
Stanley
있네.
looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
오. 야, 이거 봐. 에이. 이거 작은 것도 다 번역돼 있는데? 와, 퀄리티가 좋다더니 진짜 좋네요. 뭐야, 어떡해? 월요일 싫어. 하필 오늘 월요일이네.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
하란 대로 해보자.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
내일 할 일, 오늘 처리하지 못한 안건 끝내기, 내일의 안건을 작성하기, 반복하기. 내일은 없다, 오늘이 내일이다. 목표, 새로운 커피 머신 연구 개발을 위한 펀딩 추진. 크리스가 청소 도구함 속에서 나오게 하기. 종이 복사할 사람 고용하기. 종이를 너무 많이 복사했어. 그놈 해고해. 종이 복사할 사람, 해고할 사람 구하기. 내 책상 누가 옮겼어. 뭐야, 여기 회사 지금 이거 회사 제대로 돌아가는 거 아닌 것 같아. 망한 것 같은데? 저거 보니까? 이거 봐, 일요일, 금요일 봐봐. 이거 금요일 장난회의. 사장님, 새 8마리. 이 칸 너무 작아. 회사 파티.
나하.
아, 파라리님 감사합니다. 대인관계 갈등 해결하기. 다른 성실한 직원과 갈등을 겪는 자신을 발견한다면 당신처럼 근데 이제 더 갈등 성향을 겉들인 뭐야. 당신의 꿈은 무엇인가요? 오염물질, 깨끗한 피부, 변신, 혼수 상태, 초월자 괜찮다. 해고당하지 않는 꿀팁, 말 적게 하기, 승진이나 인정받을 기대하지 말고 매일 엄청난 일을 해내기, 해고당하지 않기. 그치. 동료와의 분쟁을 해결하는 방법, 속으로 욕하고 다니기, 다른 동료에게 소극적으로 공격성 드러내기, 더는 자신이 돕지 않는 동료를 원망하기. 슬라이드로 모든 게 순조롭다는 걸 직원에게 확신시켜라. 반드시 슬라이드 제목에 번들거리는 그래픽을 입히고 입체 효과를 넣는다. 차분하고 생산적인 근무 활동을 조절할 수 있다. 모두가 특별합니다. 특히 당신이. 맞아. 와... 이 슬라이드 개수. 아니 이런 걸 왜 슬라이드에 넣는 거야. 이 회사 뭐하는 회사지? 한 슬라이드에서 같은 정보를 나타내는 차트 비율. 아니 뭐하는 회사일까? 이병훈님 감사합니다. 그래프 증가율. 차트는 이제 그만. 제발 이렇게 빌게. 사장 감사 회의록 작성 중에서 사장이 가장 좋아하는 20가지 항목에 동그라미를 그려 넣으세요. 총 3부를 작성한 뒤 상사 감사 전문가에게 제출하세요. 싸움을 하려면 2사람이 필요하다는 걸 기억하라. 그리고 당신이 지금 그 2명이다. 사람들이 원하는 건 뭐지? 물건들, 돈, 더 많은 돈, 물건들. 하지만 더 많은 물건을 살 수 있는 돈, 물건에 관한 그래프, 돈. 난리 났다. 이익, 예언, 이익. 와. 인구 통계 크기, 10대들. 10대를 채울 공간. 아이디어 쓰레기통에 뭔가 던져보세요. 아이디어 쓰레기통에 대한 아이디어 쓰레기통 이름을 뭘로 할지에 대한 아이디어를 받네. 잠깐만요. 저 눈에 인공눈물 좀 넣을게요. 번역이 너무 잘 돼 있어서 눈물 나네. 뭐야? 이익보다 더 안전한 비즈니스 클럽 규칙 1. 반복하는 것만이 전부는 아니다. 청소 도구함. 뭐야?
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
네.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
네. 오. 와, 우리 사장님 정말 목표의식 확실한 거 봐. 아침에도 돈, 저녁에도 돈, 아침 식사로 돈, 바삭한 돈. 극한의 화장실, 목욕하는 남자. 세기의 자연에서 재판에서 증언하다? 사장님 화장실이 좋은 데 쓰네. 비서 어디 갔어?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
2485. 어? 2845였어?
Stanley just sat around, yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
뭐야? 너무 어둡다. 그지? 뭐 눌러요? 위, 아래.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar.
기묘하네.
It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more
꿈틀거리네.
free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go
비 오는
unanswered
날에도
for
나하.
long.
안녕하세요.
Stanley
깜짝이야.
walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
땡. 뭐라고 써 있는 거야? 뭐야 이게?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
오.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley
이 장소에
thought to
대체
himself.
어떤
Did he
끔찍한
have the
비밀이 있는
strength
걸까?
to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building.
근데 뭐
Stanley's
CCTV
coworkers.
정도는 설치할 수
The
있지 않나?
lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom
돈
meant
주고
nothing.
직업 주고 뭐 그럴 수 있지 않나? 저기 이상한 게 하나 있네.
This mind control
234가
facility,
이상하네.
it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be
그렇게까지?
true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
아니 일이 행복한데 돈도 주면 정말 좋은 거 아닌가요? 이건 내가 이해를 못하는 건가?
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone
그치, 안
else's
되지, 안
control?
되지.
Never. It was unthinkable.
맞아, 상상할
Wasn't
수도
it?
없어.
Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
그런가?
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working.
행복
all
연타하러
monitored
간다.
and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once
대박.
and for all.
꾹.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He
예!
had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away.
난 자유.
Even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles
하늘,
still
하늘이야.
lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he
하늘 이쁜
realized
거 봐.
none of
그래픽
this
좋은 거
mattered to
봐.
him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness.
그치,
Perhaps
그치.
his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it
근데
will
이제
be
뭐 먹고
his.
사냐?
And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin,
아,
the
서늘해.
feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley
아이,
was
행복해. 아, 그래. 이런 식이어서 하자. 엔딩이 여러 개고, 그러면은 이번에는 하라지 말라는 대로 다 해보자. 청개구리 양 보여드림.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
가지마. 가지 말자. 회의실에도 안 갈래요. 어? 아까 이런 거 있었나? 어? 어디 간 거지? 어? 아니야, 일단 여기를 가서.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
응, 싫어.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and
나나
Stanley
양은
knew it
청개구리
perfectly
양이
well.
될 생각이라
Perhaps he
윙크 두
wanted to
번을
stop
하지
by the
않기로
employee
했습니다.
lounge first, just to admire it. Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
시원한 음료. 너무 비싸. 직원 휴게실인데.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
이게 완전 사실적인
At this
그림.
point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall
뭐라고?
personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
그림이 성격 나쁜 거 봐, 말하는 거.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
에이, 또 있으면서. 에이, 거짓말. 하나 더 준비되어 있는 거 아니에요? 컵이나 구매해볼까? 1등 아빠. 월요일 싫어. 커피에 미치다. 연료. 연료라고 써있는 건 가지고 싶네. 아, 뭐야, 진짜 끝났네? 아, 노잼이네.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
아, 이문이요. 아닐걸?
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
히히. 오. 화물 승강기가 움직이는 순간 뛰지 마십시오. 화물 승강기 오용 시 100만원, 뛰어내리 시 500만원.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
무서워.
Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself.
아.
I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
그녀가 누군데? 그리고 제 혼자 결정을 내리는 게 아니라
Your
반대로 하는
chance to
건디.
redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
그게 누군데요? 어? 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 어떡해? 무서워.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
싫어. 근데 난 전화기 소리 듣고 무시하는 게 좀 약간 어색하다. 전화기 소리 뭔가 받아야 될 것 같은 그런 느낌이 줘. 불안해져. 안 받으면 오히려 불안한 그런 거. 이번에 김은혜 씨 경기도청장 되셨나요? 아빠 농담으로 김은혜 뽑아야 되는 거 아니야 막 이랬었는데. 떨어졌어요? 도지사. 아, 도저. 도지코 인사. 나도 그 생각했는데. 안 받아! 아, 쬐끔 차이로? 무조건 받아야 되나봐. 에이, 귀찮기. 여보세요.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
깜짝이야.
Gotcha! Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
내 스타일 아니야.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
좋은 아침입니다. 지간번호 사이지. 게트를 누르세요.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential
이 자식
nature
성격-
of his existence.
일을 모욕해?
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do.
네가 누르라며.
Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him.
근데 다 보통 다 그렇게 살아요. 안 누른다고. 다른 거 누를 거야. Q, E, I. 자식.
But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new
아니
lands.
일하면서 공상은 누구나 다 하는
And each
건데.
day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
TV. 나.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth.
아니
The thought excited him terribly. So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice.
나
It
오른쪽
barely
갔는데.
even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations.
나갈 거야.
Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and
너무
again,
찐따 같잖아.
over and over,
그렇게
wishing and
말하면.
hoped that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
따랑이.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it. You see?
아니 너 말을 듣고 싶지 않아서
Understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself.
너 말을 듣기
How can I
싫어서
get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't. Not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see.
뭔 소리야?
Maybe this time. And I tried again.
어?
And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again. And Stanley
그니까
pushed a
지금
button.
청개구리가 된 나머지 청개구리 반대로 하는 거지?
청개 구리였어 방금. 어떡하지?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
어떡하지? 회의실로 가야 되나? 회의실에 가가지고 그 탈출구에 가야 되나? 아니 어떻게 해야 되지? 어?
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
뭐임? 어? DAC가 나왔어.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
예!
As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
예!
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
오, 맞지?
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please step inside and see what thrilling new adventures
새로운
await in the Stanley
콘텐츠를 설명하는 새로운
Parable
콘텐츠네.
Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
오,
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or here we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more
오,
ready.
새로운
Let's do
콘텐츠
it.
디럭스판. 오,
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
디디어. 어?
All right. Let's see. It's the jump circle.
원래는 이 게임이 점프가 없는데? 여기선 된다. 예. 오. 예. 근데 이거 재미 별로 없는데. 노잼인데. 예, 샤미 와 이제 안 돼.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new
그럼요.
content. There has to be something else, right?
당나도 이게 얼마인지 아세요?
Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content?
에이, 이제 시작이겠지.
Then I could just read you the
튜토리얼이겠지.
whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very
그럼
good.
당연하지.
Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
새로운 콘텐츠를 플레이해 주셔서
That's it?
감사합니다.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such
그렇지 않나?
expectations.
점프
If you're still with
무한도
me,
아니야
why don't
심지어.
we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always.
아니 근데
What do you say, friend?
약간 뭔가 낚인 것 같은 느낌이 드는데? 뭔가 자기 말대로 하자고 그러는 것 같은 그런 느낌? 뭐야 좀 바뀌었는데 그리고? 응? 바뀌 원래 이렇지 않아?
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I
어떻게?
want to show you something.
어떻게? 벤트 가야 돼? 아니면 무시하고 가야 돼? 잠깐만. 어떠지? 아씨. 넹.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it.
이런
Just our
식으로.
little secret. Take a look.
와, 뭐야? 갑자기 약간 중세 느낌? 뭐야? 오.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on
옛날 버전.
PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
좀 신선하다. 새로운 컨텐츠가 있는 척하면서 예전의 게임을 가져오면서 그걸 얘기하면서 새로운 볼륨이 늘어났네. 오. 맞아, 이거 원래 무료 게임이었던 것 같아. 오. 근데 너무 앞에 부분을 못 보고, 내가 옛날에 해봤다고 적어놔서 그 앞에 부분이 좀 날아갔네. 그러니까 그 빠르게 DLC 부분을 하게 해주는 것 같네. 아니, 이게 좋을지도 약간 기억나. 옛날에 막 그 문 위로 올라가는 그런 것도 있었던 것 같고. 와, 근데 이거 미쳤다. 하나하나 다 번역된 거. 알파 테스트. 그 일이 있었다는 것을 웃어봐요. 일단 데모. 오. 달성 불가능. 밖으로 나가기. 5분 동안, 5년 동안 플레이하지 마십시오. 이런 게 있어? 야, 이거 너무 심하지 않나? 도전까지가 5년 동안 그럼 끊고 나서 5년 동안 이 게임을 안 하면 달성되는 거야? 그럼 난 달성 못했네 심지어. 3년 전에 했는데. 아카데미 시상식에 데뷔 게임, 게임 혁신 부분, 서사 부분, 이 엔딩 그거 아닌가? 그 약간 그 미친 사람이라고 막 나 기억난다. 여러분이 못 봤으면 좀 아쉽겠네요. 그럼 아니오르랄 걸 그랬나? 뭔가 좀 미안하네.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally
이거 진짜
every
맞아?
game ever created.
빅스시라는
It was
곳이
Skyrim,
있어?
It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And now, it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
새 콘텐츠. 그러니까 옛날에 이게 무슨 게임이었냐면요. 처음 제가 이제 해봤다고 플레이를 해서 바로 여기로 넘어온 것 같은데 이게 무슨 게임이냐면 약간 여러 가지 변수가 있어가지고 그 사람 말이 듣고 안 듣고 이런 거에 따라서 멀티 엔딩이 있는데 그 엔딩이 한 번 할 때마다 다 지워지는 게 아니라 계속 이어지게 플레이를 해요. 엔딩이 끝나면 다시 처음으로 돌아오는데 그걸 나레이터도 기억하고 나도 기억하는 걸 염두해 두고 진행돼. 말이 들어도 되고 안 들어도 되고 이런 식으로. 아까 예를 들어 아까 마지막에 탈출구 있고 그냥 원래 하란 대로 하는 거 있는데 거기서 뭐 탈출구를 간다던가 변수를 계속 해가지고 여러 갈래로 나눠지는데 엔딩을 보면 또 다시 처음부터 시작하고 뭐 이런 식이었어. 그런 게임이야. 난가? 우리의 힘이 난가? 근데 옛날 메모리얼을 엄청나고 막상
Here's
컨텐츠는
another
없네.
moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable,
또 이상한-
surprising and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect.
좋은
It
얘기만
didn't
하네.
need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone. To spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
사람들이 게임을 좋아하는 이유는 무언가를 할 수 있기 때문인데 당신들이 만든 게임에서 사람들이 아주 잘 알게 해줬습니다. 아무것도 할 수 없다는 걸요. 근데 사실 생각해보면 게임에서 뭐든 할 수 있다. 원하는 걸 할 수 있다고 하는데 사실 생각해보면 모든 게임은 개발자가 할 수 있게 허락해 놓은 것만 할 수 있긴 해. 근데 이제 스탠리는 그거를 표현을 하니까 못하는 것처럼 느껴지는 거지 사실은 모든 게임이 하라고 하는 것만 할 수 있긴 한디. 나는 처음 게임을 플레이할 때 잘못된 길로 가려 하는 사람들 중에 한 명이다. 나는. 나를 왼쪽에서 오른쪽으로 뛰게 하거나 앞으로 가도록 강제하는 것처럼 게임 특정한 길로 안내하려고 할 때 나는 모험하고 디자이너들이 다른 길에 숨겨놓은 것을 보기 위해서 하나하나 반대로 움직이는 본능을 충족시켜야 한다. 가끔은 추가 목숨이나 용감한 행동에 대한 보상으로 주어지는 수집품을 찾을 수도 있다.
하라고 해놓은 거 안 하고 딴 걸 할 수 있으면 그걸 버그라고 부릅니다.
하지만 다른 때는 내 탐험은 보이지 않는 벽에 달려드는 거대한 실망감으로 보상받을 때도 있다. 내가 무언가를 찾지 못하던 간에 나의 행동은 내 선택을 극단적으로 제한하고 특정한 행동만을 부추기는 시스템 속에서 독립하여 스스로 선택하고자 하는 나의 욕망의 표현이다. 근데 이게 요새는 약간 잘못된 방향으로 가가지고 특정 길로 안내를 하는데 거기서 오른쪽으로 가라고 안내가 돼 있으면 왼쪽 길로 가야 되고, 그리고 그 왼쪽 길에다 뭐를 숨겨놔야 약간 갓겜 취급을 한다고 해야 되나? 그리고 왼쪽으로 돌았다가 오른쪽으로 갔을 때 또 뭐가 다른 게 있으면 그게 갓겜이야. 그래서 약간 요새 약간 변질되고 있다고 해야 되나? 뭔가 꽉꽉꽉꽉꽉꽉꽉 차야지 좀 갓겜 약간 언더테일 느낌? 내 생각에 스탠리 패러블은 나에게 감동을 준과 동시에 보는
나나야
사람들이 조정했던 찰리 코프만과 스파이크 존즈의 등장인물의 교훈을 주는 상황과 클리시적인 내용 비틀기를 포함했던 영화를 섬세하게 따라한 게임 같은 것이다. 스탠리 패러블은 게임이 가진 선택의 본질이 있는 대사와 게임에서 마주쳐온 가장 즐겁고 놀랍고 보람있는 선택 모두 충분한 자극이 있다. 잘못된 길에 가는 것이 이만큼 잘 되고 있다는 느낌을 받은 적이 없다. 잘못된 길을 가는 것이 잘 되고 있다는 느낌을 받은 적이 없다. 좋은 말이야. 소다 망령님 오잉오잉 감사합니다. 뭐야, 어디로 와야 되지? 여긴가 보다. 최고의 재산이란 바로 추억이다.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again.
추억에 빠졌네. 아, 아래로 내려가나 보다.
Wait, hang on.
어?
I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years.
여기는 약간 다양한 의견이 있을 텐데.
Collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
비추천. 솔직히 말해서 이 게임 끝까지 플레이하기 너무 귀찮았다.
Play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
와닉네임 박제 이런 포상을 디귿디귿.
그니까 화났네, 화났어. 왼쪽? 오른쪽? 오른쪽부터? 왼쪽 가보자. 아, 비추천 겁나 많은 거 봐. 근데 평 좋았던 거 같긴 한데. 대체로 재밌었는데. 여기
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record.
약간 지적하면
Like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
비오는 거 봐. 슬픈가 봐. 약간 뭔지 알지? 전형적인 반응이었어. 너 사실 약간 좀 너 좀 약간 눈치 없는 편이다. 그러면 내가 그래? 은혜야, 내가 눈치가 없어? 약간 이런 약간 전형적인 반응을 보는 것 같았어. 아니야, 네가 무슨 눈치가 없어. 이렇게 대답해야 될 것 같은 느낌. 난리 아니야 여기. 있다. 어떡하냐? 상처받을 텐데.
What's this one got to say?
우아가
You
대하는 거 아니고
constantly have to
잘난치.
stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only
뭐야?
positive
왜
reviews
이래?
of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been
아니
asking
난
for, and I'm
별로
very
난
proud to have
듣는 거
delivered.
좋아하는데.
No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for
왜
the
이렇게
people.
삐졌냐?
And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So now you see, blah 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 blah.
했어.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long,
아니,
rambling
그냥
monologue
삐진
full of
나나야,
unnecessary
니네.
verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video
여러분도 스킵
games.
버튼이 필요한가요?
I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say,
무슨 소리야?
if by
선택이
articulating
선택일
a choice
뿐이라니.
you've already made, you bring that choice into being. Then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make... Well, there's sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit.
야 근데 재능이 있다. 횡철수설에 재능이 있어.
The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie and Nine will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at
이거
least change some of the
포상이네.
wording, perhaps.
쿠키
To
나인.
be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works.
귀엽네.
Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a
아니,
new
이미
feature to make it possible
안
to
또
edit
누르라는
one's
건가?
review merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about.
아니.
I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again.
Okay.
I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of
그러니까
here?
어떻게 나가?
Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there
와
was one
근데
here before.
램블링
How
심하긴
else
해.
would we have gotten into the room in the
여기로 왔어
I
여기로.
don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage
눌러야
was
되는
done
것
for you to be able to
해볼게.
leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another.
이건가?
I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door
옛날엔
and place it in a
잘했었는데.
different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here. Wait here.
어떻게
for me,
누르라는
and don't
건가?
press the skip button. Got it? Yes. Good. I'll be right back.
어떡하지? 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 어떡할까? 누를까? 기다릴까? 그냥 내가 생각할 때는 금방 돌아올 것 같지 않은데. 이게 내가 빨리 진행하는 거에 익숙해지긴 했나봐. 스킵 마렵긴 해. 게임인데 스킵도 할 수도 있는 거지. 진호 왔구나.
난 아양 눈치 없지?
스킵?
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why
나나양이
the
나를
skips are
도만큼
getting
무료
longer, but they're
채워준다면야
really,
어떻든 좋아.
truly getting longer. And my God, there's no way out of the room.
12시간 동안
Stanley,
문을
the
못
door is
찾았어?
gone. It's completely
야,
gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the
그러면
button. And if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made
누르는
to
것
sit here.
같은데.
And more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't
말을
control
하지
anything in this
말라고.
house, Stanley. I can't touch it. And I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and I don't know what I can do to
아니
convince
뭐
you otherwise.
다른 걸 갖다 줘. 점프라도 할 수
And
있게.
it's all because of those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for
원래
me to
그렇지.
fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie
쿠키 나인
Nine.
고로시
I have
뭐야?
no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all
어떡해?
that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak to.
어떡하냐?
And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel
아니,
like
이거-
what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words
어떡해.
were
얘
moving.
멘트
It
나가면
was the
어떡하지?
vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path.
나나양이
I'll
일주일
burn my
공복이라니
story to the
나나양이
ground.
일주일
One
공복이라니
single
나나양이
thing I
일주일
need, and God, I can
공복이라니.
see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time. that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still
나한테는
right there, but I
찰나인데.
know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling
자비
inward
없이
and
꾹.
decaying. Oh, hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time.
아니,
I
문
stopped
못
keeping
찾았어,
track
아직도?
after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside,
한 번 더 누르면
what took its
착해지겠는데?
place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them
이게 뭘까?
collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant,
그거잖아,
I could see
하재경
myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and
아니, 이거
disgust
또
simultaneously.
누르는 건가?
I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know.
이렇게
is
말하는데
harmless.
약간
It
그거 같아.
was a
5학년 버튼 같아.
revolution. It was unlike anything I had
불쌍해.
ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one end.
저기요? 저기요? 어? 어? 죽었어? 시계가 멈췄어. 어떡해? 어?
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned. They screamed. They
아직도 이러고
gnashed
있네.
their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us. Now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency. It's the lack of accountability.
미쳤어.
It's the
내가
unwillingness
있는지도
to
없는지도
examine with an
중요하지 않나 봐, 이제.
uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world, as though there were no consequences.
야, 근데 이거 엄청나게 긴 시간이 지나고 있어서 너무 미안한데? 어떡하지? 아씨. 벽에 뭐 금 같은 거 안 갔나? 물 새는데?
나나양. 미안하다는 마음이 있었어.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the
이거 지금 몇십 년, 몇백 년이 지나고 있는 거 아니야, 혹시? 이제 망가졌어.
빨리 10번 연타해줘야 정신 차려져.
드디어? 아니네. 에이. 이렇게 됐어. 어? 와, 이런 몇백 년이 지난 거 아니야? 콘크리트가 막 이렇게 몇천 년. 어? 뭐야? 무서워. 잠깐만, 이게 어느 순간 전기가 들어오지 않으면 어떻게... 다행이다. 나 너무 미안해지고 있어, 슬슬. 얼마나 몇만 년 동안 혼자 있는 거 아니야? 몇 억 년 동안? 뭔 소리야, 이거 괴물이야? 어? 헉, 나간다. 아저씨 신가요? 이거 방향 감각 잡을 수 있을까? 그러네. 바다가 모래로 덮일 정도면 정말 많은 시간이 흐른 거 아닌가? 아, 그런가? 한 번 더 눌러볼까? 이러면 나도 굶어 죽는데. 근데 한 번 더 누르면 진짜 세상이 이상해지지 않을까? 어? 리셋. 저기요, 계세요?
All of his co-workers
어?
were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
아직
he had
정신
simply missed
있는데?
a memo.
이런 게 있었나? 없었지 않나?
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
뭔가 사람이 좀 달라진 것 같은데? 그거 안 나오는데? 막.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new content
갑자기
for it
정신
should live up to that
차렸네.
legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
와.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
후속작을 맛보세요.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and
둘이
innovation and
되어버린
long-term
날이 준 것
franchising
같은
potential.
너의 모습에 하나일 때보다 난 왜 묻고 허전히 네가 가져간 나의 반쪽 때문인가 그래서 널 둘이 될 수 있었던 거야. 더 많은 스탠리 패러블, 더 좋은 스탠리 패러블, 연속적인 소비자 인지도, 인식의 전환, 시너지, 오프라인 통일 접근, 고객 중심 우편 마케팅,
음정
빨간색.
박자가 매우 자유롭네요.
중요하지 않아요. 음악을 즐기는 게 중요하죠. 새로운 콘텐츠는 빼고 새로운 콘텐츠를 추가. 오. 나는 로고 그래도 이게 제일 나은 것 같은데? 세 번째 건 촌스럽다. 뭔가 지금 약간 뭔가 비꼬면서 뭔가 지금 뭔가
Now,
메시지
to be
주려고 하는
clear,
것 같은데.
I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it.
오.
I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a
했던 그
fuzzy
대사네.
magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
숫자 2로 수다. 귀엽네. 더 스탠리 패러블의 후속작은 더 스탠리 패러블 2의 이전작은 더 스탠리 패러블의 후속작은 스탠리 패러블 2의 이전작은 무한이네. 속편은 재밌다. 포탈 2, 하프라이프 2, 아칸 어사일럼 2, 디비니티 오리지널 신 2, 둠 2, 알라딘 2, 다크소울 2? 다크소울 2요? 아닐 텐데. 중요한 투자자 여러분, 이쪽이 무죄입니다. 돈 없는데? 뉴 피처. 뭐 났네? 오, 차도 나오고. 오.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
오. 독점! 게임을 플레이하는 플레이어의 이름을 말하는 버튼. 당신의 멋진 이름을 게임에서 들으세요. 에? 이거 약간 비꼬는 거구나, 이거. 게임. 즐기세요, 새로운 콘텐츠를. 당신의 멋진 이름을 게임에서 들으세요. 어디? 대박.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name
대박.
of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
대박.
Jim.
아닌데?
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is.
집나야.
Let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become
나는
a person
짐이야.
named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself
Jim.
living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you
네,
really
저는
truly Jim right
김짐이에요.
now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
Jim.
Oh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the gym button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
아, 벌써 끝이야? 짐 2번 하고 끝났네. 완벽한 버튼으로의 여정. 그치. 이건 너무 크지. 이건 너무 작지. 이건 딱이지.
역시 김은혜가 본명이 아닐 줄 알았어.
김짐.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
당신은 앞으로 짐이라 불리게 됩니다. 스크린샷 금지. 완벽히 새로운 사무실. 오.
짐에게 34개월 구독함을 알리세요.
구독마마 짐짐. 레드인터는 오렌지. 이거 그 패러디네. 그 드라마. 새로운 업데이트된 레이트레이싱된 더 많은 같지만 다른 좋은 느낌의 후속작. 와, 레이트레이싱까지 지원해. 오, 그러네. 빛 들어오는 거 봐. 새로운 요소, 새로운 콘텐츠, 새로운 아이디어. 그리고 점프 가능한 원. 아, 이거 아까 했던 거 아닌가? 보자. 잠깐만, 뭐부터 갈까? 여기부터?
누군가의 인생의 짐이 될 수 있다는 건 정말 멋져.
아, 되게 많네. 야. 오케이. 공짜로 새롭고 쉬운 도전 과제 얻기. 이렇게 간단하다니 믿어지지 않아요. 여기서 받아가세요. 공짜 도전 과제. 레버를 당기세요. 새로운 도전 과제 받으세요.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to
아니,
simply
그럼
give you the
도전인가?
achievement.
그게?
Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
이게 약간 얼리어세스 게임들 약간 비판하는 그런 내용이 돼가고 있는 것 같은데, 막 후속작 내놓는 게임들 이런
What
거.
else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
그 끝없는. 물 좀 가져올게요. 좀 말할 게 많아가지고 여러분 기다려. 이거 보고 계세요. 얘랑 눈 마주치고 계세요. 물 좀 띄워 가져갔다 올게요. 물을 다 마셔가지고. 자, 이거 보고 계세요. 물 떠오는 거 스킨 마렵대. 됐다. 얘 움직이네? 뭐야 이거?
그래서 물이랑 뭐 가져왔어?
collectibles.
물만 가져온 건 아닐
Now it's a
거잖아요.
real
물만이야?
video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's
Oh.
truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
근데 사실 수집품은 그냥 숫자 올라가는 것만으로 좋기는 한데. 그러니까 아침엔 치킨님 감사합니다. 와. 드릉. 대박.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
끝없는 구멍 가봅시다. 야, 완전 스탠리 패러블 2 완전 대박나겠구만. 이렇게 컨텐츠가 많아서야. 오. 끝없는 구멍의 구조. 구멍. 더 많은 구멍. 무한. 과학. 더 많은 구멍. 추락 구간. 구멍. 대박. 무한 구멍. 계속 내려갑니다. 구멍. 좋아.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you
근데
like. A stunning leap forward for video
그럼 이것만
games.
만들면 되겠는데? 무한히 놀 수 있잖아. 하나, 둘, 셋. 와!
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite,
이게 저게
hole,
무한히
you
줄어들지
can
않는데
press the
뭔가
teleport
솟고 있는 것
button
같은데?
to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
G를 눌러서 위로 돌아가세요. 아닌가? 작아지고 있나?
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top.
줄어드네.
Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
슝.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
2단계 컨텐츠.
도너 카운티랑 다른 건가 이건?
아! 도너 카운티 생각나네. 여기 안에 있었어.
39개월이라고.
아, 감사합니다.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this
아이씨.
one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
언젠간 잘 될 거야. 근데 많이 고를 것 같은데?
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize
아이씨.
that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well
아,
Someday
진짜.
it is.
아니.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
참. 안심을 주는 양동이. 하나.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've
양동이가
engineered a
어딨지?
clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance
봐봐.
while the bucket is in your
야,
arms.
역설적이고 비판적이고 비꼬는 소르카스틱한 그런 게임을 하는 게 힘드니까 안심을 주는 양동이를 만드는데 그 안심을 주는 양동이도 똑같이 비판적이고 역설적이고 아우 피곤해.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on.
아, 심지어 좀 더러워.
All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
아이 들고 갈 때. 편한 양동이 너무 안락. 야 이거 계속 들고 다녀야 돼 이제?
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
상품. 이 티저치야말로 최고의 새로운 콘텐츠다. 또 한 번 꿈은 절대로 끝나지 않는다. 아, QR 코드까지. 이거 QR 찍으면 뭐 나올까? 뭐야 이게? 오? 공식 웹사이트에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 스탠리 패러블 2 공식 웹사이트가 있네?
Say there, Timmy. What's that? You're in...
오 진짜 나오긴 해. 근데 약간 이것마저도 패러디 같기도 하고. 오잉꾸잉 다라아라님 감사합니다. 아씨 모르겠네. 짐이라고 말하는 버튼 이거 했고. 뭐야 이름을 말하는 버튼에서 짐이라고 말하는 버튼으로 바뀌었네? 이름 말해주는 버튼이라며요. 보자. 점프 가능한 원. 그래 이거 아니었다. 점프 가능한 원 어디 있지? 아 있다. 점프 없는데?
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
아까 다... 그래요? 뭐야. 남은 점프 없은 플레이어가 온다. 아니 울어. 이건 뭐야 저 위는. 설정하기 세계 챔피언? 뭐야? 뭐 들어가네? 새로운 요소. 챔피언이 이미 정해졌나봐요.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
걸 때마다 이거 양동이 소리 겁나 거슬리는데? 에필로그는 아직 안 만들었나봐요. 다 본 건가? 그럼 나가야 되나? 아까 출구가 있었는데? 한무구멍? 아 그래요? 제가 뭐 놓친 게 있나요? 계속 내려가지 않았어요? 이거 계속 떨어져. 아, 혹시 그거예요? 아, 근데 이거 애매해, 이거. 어디야, 이거? 알고 말하는 건 좀 좋지 않은 것 같아요. 이번엔 하겠는데요. 뭔가 알고서 알려주면 재미없어. 여기 아닌데? 어디야, 여기? 아, 뭔가 알고 모르겠다. 여기네. 아, 양동이 내려놓고 싶어! 안심이 안 돼! 이거 스포니까 이게 다음부터 알려주면 안 돼? 그냥 자연스럽게 하고 나중에 보자고. 이건 꼭 보셔야 합니다. 이거 좋지 않아.
And I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again? I don't
투수들이
know what else there
보세요.
is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I've prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really
완전
important
까매졌어.
about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know, I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem. Look,
네가 잘못한 거잖아.
I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport
와, 이
button
가불기
to walk
봐라.
to the
야,
top of the
죄송한데 이거
hole and
무한에
move on.
가깝지도
I'll just be
않거든요.
up here when you're ready.
자기 말에 동의하면 G를 누르래. 그럼 올라가 준대. 그럼 동의 안 하면 여기 영원히 살라는 뜻이네. 와, 나 어이가 없네. 뭐 인정. 이건 볼만하네요. 인정.
2022 6더 스탠리 패러블 울트라 디럭스 16 45 0 될 뻔했는데 까비.
아니, 여기 뭐가 이렇게 다 대충이야. 이거 다 개뻥이네, 여기 이거 다. 또 빼먹은 거 있나? 제가 뭐 안 본 거 있나요? 그래요. 이번엔 그냥 대놓고 물어볼게요. 저 뭐 안 본 거 있나요? 보자. 점프 가능한 원. 이 지도. 게임을 플레이하는 플레이어 이름을 말하는 버튼. 상품. 설정하기 세계 챔피언. 이거 안 들어가지던데? 양동이. 장식품 에필로그 수집 요소 끝없는 구멍. 누르는 건 왜 아직도 이 소리냐? 스샷 금지해서 스샷 찍어보기? 괜찮다.
귀농벨 어서 울려주세요. 정신 나갈 것 같아요.
하나, 둘, 셋. 뭐야? 적절한 기한기 일관된 품질. 그 아기가 성인이 되다. 얼굴은 그대로인데? 스크린샷 금지. 별일 안 일어나는데? 그때 그 애기 스탠리 패러블 그 애기 그거 있거든. 애기 쏘는 뭐 그런 쏘면 안 되는 그런 거. 나가면 되나 이제? 스샷은 별일이 안 일어나네요. 아, 불이었나? 아무튼 뭐 뭐시 있었어. 출구. 느낌 있네.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
네. 오. 오, 멋있어.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features?
아니요.
Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single
양동이
coherent
내려놓게 해줘.
video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
되겠냐고.
Okay. Are you ready?
네.
Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
와.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
와.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything.
죽겠는데.
I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect.
그럼 투가
With care for the
맞나?
vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen.
되게
A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up.
이거 스탠리 2 패러블 2 홍보 게임이었어요? 뭐야? 오. 오늘의 게임은 네, 스탠리 패러블 2였어요, 사실은. 네, 오늘의 게임 한번 해보도록 하겠습니다.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
이렇게 돌아오네.
Stanley
괜찮은데?
worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what
아까 계속
employee
봤던 거죠.
427 did every day,
똑같나?
every month,
똑같은지
of
보고 싶어.
every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And
좀
Stanley
다른데?
was happy.
아닌가?
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions,
언젠간 잘 될
call a
거야.
meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
이 게임 자체가 그냥 이런 뭐지? 일의 명성을 이용해 DLC를 대충 추가하는 게임들을 비꼬면서 그러다가 다 비꼬고 나니까 2를 막 대충 만드는 그런 게임을 비꼬면서 아직 2는 아니야. 근데 2인 척해.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
뭐가 바뀌었을까? 이거 말고 이들은 양동이다. 점프 찾아.
Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it
아이씨.
up. Why was he
아니.
not doing it?
눈에 가려요, 귀찮게. 그리고 저는 지금 안심이 필요 없기 때문에 들고 아이씨. 이 짤그랑거리는 소리 뭐야? 내 사랑이 되어줘. 아이씨. 필요 없어.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
어떡하지 여기서? 똑같은데?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave
이런 거
of
있었나?
disbelief,
편의점
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
여기 맨날 오게 돼.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs
어떻게
to
할까?
his
내려갈까?
boss's office.
근데 지금은 2를 플레이하니까 2의 진엔딩을 봐야 되는 건가? 난 진짜 헷갈리네. 와!
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of
그치.
happiness, Stanley.
행복은 돈으로 살 수
So,
없지.
I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
부자가 되는 건 범죄인가? 범죄를 저지르는 건 부자 아닌가? 하나만 고를 수 있는 셈이면 얼마나 좋을까? 내 멘트가 바뀌었어. 투니까 그치. 이건 뭐지?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet.
2845였나?
And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
여기 나야. 역시 스탠리야. 다른 엔딩을 봤어야 됐나?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
모르겠네. 일단 2에서 이 엔딩을 봐볼게. 같은 건지.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with televisions.
아니 근데 2인데 이렇게
What
갖다도
horrible
되나?
secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers.
대박.
The lives of so many
대박.
individuals reduced to images on a screen.
오,
And
진짜.
Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where
어.
freedom meant nothing.
어허.
This
대박.
mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it
대박.
blindly? No. He refused to
똑같아.
believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this
근데 뭐 이
very
누르는 거 했었던 것
And as
같기도
the
해.
cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its
아니었나?
terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
어? 똑같은데?
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over?
그 6개 다 못 모았는데.
Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine. Unshackled himself from someone else's
와,
command.
이 편도 엔딩을
Freedom was mere
봐버리다니.
moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him.
오늘
For
엔딩을
it was
벌써
not
게임
knowledge
엔딩을
or
3개를
even power
봤네요.
that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing.
양동이를 안
Stanley
들어서.
stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of
아니야,
liberation,
똑같아.
the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
행복해라. 하나 이 자식. 피규어 탐색협회 회의 오늘 회의실에서 피규어 다 모으고 싶어.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
에이씨.
Stanley picked up the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
이번에 그러면 그 탈출구 거기를 가볼까? 바뀌었다. 완벽주의자의 직감을 믿어라. 그냥 무슨 일이 일어났는지 우리에게 말해주면 안 되나? 이 조사나 이 밤이나 솔직히 겁나 의미 없어 보여. 회전하는 이상한 피규어들. 다리. 우리가 아는 것, 우리가 잊은 것, 우리가 아직 모르는 것. 왜 떠다니는 거야? 꿈이라서, 마술이라서. 우리 분기배 성공 덕에? 피겐니는 찾기 어렵다. 416번 직원이 남긴 단서를 찾아가라. 우린 할 수 있다. 감사합니다. 행운을 빌어요.
자, 이번에 해볼 게임은 스탠리 패러블이 슈퍼 울트라 디럭스예요.
저것들을 어떻게 찾을 것인가? 저 바닥에 저거 그대로 있는 거 봐. 알고 있는 것. 사무실 전체에 떠다니는 물체가 나타남. 확보를 모든 수단을 동원해야 함. 많은 의문이 듦. 사측에서 온 메모는 없었음. 어떻게 그걸 봤다고 말할 수 있는가? 무엇이 저것들을 떠다니게 하는 것인가? 누가 이 사진을 찍은 것인가? 화장실은 찾았는데 어쩌면 우리가 수집 요소일지도 몰라. 헉. 공중부양의 원천. 걱정하고 있을 누군가에게 저는 심폐소생술 마이크를 사용하여 일반 사무실 환경이나 지역 오디오 소스에서 특이한 소리를 들을 수 있었어요. 데이터는 아마도 매우 따뜻한 장소 뒤에 있는 어두운 지역에서 온다는 것을 보여줍니다. 자기 표면에서 반사되는 것으로 보이는 것으로도 알아냈죠. 단서를 더 알고 있는 사람이 있을까요? 뭔 말이지? 이거 어디야? 얘 어디 있는 거야? 화장실 하나. 나머지는 어디 있는 거지? 새로운 걸 찾았다고 보고하기 전에 사무실에 나가지 마세요. 도와줘. 나는 포스트잇이야. 전부 찾으면 보상이 있을 것이다. 없다며. 5개. 넓은 방. 계단. 벽난로 근처? 6번 찾았다. 넓은 방과 넓은 상자. 잠깐만. 계단과 관련돼요? 할 일? 계단? 빨강과 파랑 모두 어딘가에서. 아이씨. 창고 진입 기회. 울타리를 지나갈 수 있게 I자 판자를 만들 것. 빛나는 꽃스를 수집할 수 있게 다리를 만들 것. 창고 바닥에 있는 크리스의 유해를 피해서할 것. 새롭고 구조적으로 단단한 다리를 만들 것. 이제 말도 안 하네.
Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket.
Oh.
You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be. Given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over.
인싸네나 양동이
Name
인싸.
calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends?
에반데?
That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
없는데 그런 건.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
이번엔 내려가 볼까요?
Another miniature Stanley figurine.
여기가 빨간 파랑인가 보다.
There must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley
피겠니?
figs. What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
아 계단인가? 아 그런가?
but Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing.
진짜 미쳤나 본데?
That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of the bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad.
나 좀 떴어.
Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him. Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket! Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket. Come to me, Stanley. Find
누구지? 누가 내
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful.
거짓말이야.
Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course, he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is
아까 그 엔딩도 양동이를 쓰고 갔어야 됐나?
It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything.
유행이었구나. 아, 뭐.
My life kicks
쌈
ass.
인정이지.
And she backflipped all the way to work.
야, 이거 양동이 차이 심하네. 뭐야?
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today.
Okay.
We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
아니 근데 이런 개인적인 대화를 해야 되나? 집에 일 끝나고 그 뭐 이렇게 사오라는 거. 근데 뭐야? 난 일이 좋아. 내 상사가 싫을 뿐.
개인 풍자하는 게임이라 겁나 심오하네요.
주식회사 파티션. 56년 동안 파티션을 제공함. 그러게요. 뭐야? 신의 자비로 부디 나를 끝내주. 이 적박한 사무실, 눅눅한 카페트. 당신이 일하는 시시콜콜한 소리 날 죽여줘. 수주간 이것은 인쇄했건만 왜 그 누구도 나를 꺼주지 않는가. 창문으로 날 던져줘. 종이 트레이로 망치를 건네줘. 무엇이든 상관없어. 공포가 내 영혼을 휘는거나 오로지 원하는 것은 해방. 이거 복사기가 하는 말인가? 인생에 대해 내가 알 수 있는 것, 사랑에 대해 프린터가 알 수 있는 것 아무것도 없지. 나의 기계는 돌고 경련한다. 톱니의 고통은 나의 스캐너를 작동시키네. 모두 끝내주어라. 세상에 대한 나의 무시를 그만 끝내주어라. 정말로 모든 것을 사랑할 수 있지만 죽음은? 아마 곧 알게 되겠지. 중2병이네 얘.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this
항상
better than
오라.
the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes,
스탠리는
perhaps
이게
it
맞아.
was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
이거 안 해봤던 것 같긴 한데 회의실로 돌아가면 결국 같으려나? 아까 이거 봤었지? 이 엔딩.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
아까 욜로 갔었죠?
Good,
said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking.
원래 양동이는 말하는
It should have
거야.
alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think
어디?
about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken
아,
to
저기
him,
어떻게 하지?
and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket
아이씨.
asked.
아, 이거 하고 이 다음 거를
In
뛰어내려봅시다.
here.
Said the bucket.
Go
달라진
into
점
this
보기.
dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
이거잖아. 전화.
Now pick up the phone.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and
달라졌다.
could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
안녕 스탠리, 나야 네 양동이. 나를 데리고 일하러 같이 가려면 N을 눌러.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is
거짓말하지 마.
just in his head.
나를 데리고 함께 집으로 돌아가려면 H를 눌러.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him
조금.
delusional like this, obsessing
야,
over an
네가
inanimate
뭐
metal object?
들라며.
I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Z 눌러 일하러 가자.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk.
거짓말하지
All
마.
it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
저 시끄러운 사람 말은 듣지 마. 우리를 집에 돌아가게 하려면 Z를 눌러.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time, it
bucket's
was
어디
me
갔어?
he took orders from.
있다.
Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
C를 눌러 삶에서 나 외의 모든 것을 무시해보려?
It's sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
들어온디. 내가 정말로 존재한다고 믿는 거지? 스탠리 Y를 눌러 집으로 돌아가.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid.
얘도 이상해지네.
Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
I를 눌러 나와 함께 똑같은 날을 계속해서 보내자. 그래.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
우리 친구니까. 아이를 눌러 집에 가서 일하러 집에 가서 일하러 집에 가자.
Oh no, I'm having feelings for the bucket.
봐봐.
No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket?
바켓 어디
Hear what
있어?
the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
아니 이런 분위기인데 바켓이랑
Stanley, give me the bucket.
내
Give
거야!
it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
다시 일하러 가 스탠리. 바켓 없이는 안 가.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
좀 바뀌지 않았어?
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
아 이거 그 정석 엔딩을 요거 들고 다시 봐야 되나 고민되네.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
안 돼.
And this was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling
아까
to
그거
him,
먹으러
telling
가야겠어.
him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
잠깐만.
don't go to the meeting room.
언제 떨어져야
Go
되지?
somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
아. 조심해.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines. And now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
행복식이나? 일단 여기 들어가 볼게요. 이건 안 본 엔딩이긴 한데. 뭐야? 아, 이거 기억난다. 아.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it,
또동이.
it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so.
나 이제 슬슬 약간 양동이를 알으면 어떤 느낌이 드는지 궁금해지는데 현실에서?
Why everything feels so. What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money
마틴
people will
갔네.
pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a
이런
target
게
on my
있었나?
back.
이거 내가 보던 게 아닌 것
Even
같아.
now, I
처음
don't
보는
know
것
who might
같아.
be trying to get.
어?
What's that? Who's there?
감보호라타? 약간 괴물 같은 느낌? 인가? 아이씨 이거 진엔딩 그거
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them.
Huh?
It was only a matter of time. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. and
진엔딩은
entered the
양동이를
door's
들고 볼까요? 궁금하니까. 아무 말도 안
Oh,
하네.
Stanley.
어? 아니네.
Can you feel it? The broom closet. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the
거네.
bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
대답 바뀌었네.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most
양동이는
logical
신이야.
explanation.
그러니까 1번을 플레이하고 싶으면 지금 양동이를 안 들고 그냥 가면
The elevator
되고
raced downward.
양동이 버전 그러니까 2를 보고 싶으면 플레이하고 싶으면 양동이 들고 가면
It would be all
되네.
Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right.
아까
The
수집소
bucket is here for
있었다고요?
you, Stanley. Everything
자, 이
will be
다음은
fine.
탈출구 가보는 거 할 거니까 또 올 거예요, 여기.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight
이거
ahead
해볼
through the
거라서.
large door that read Mind Control Facility.
내 양동이 어디 갔어? 아, 있다.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock.
아,
Everyone in the
대사만
office was
바뀌는
being
거 같네.
videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst
양동이
into
울어?
tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do? or not
양동이
want to
나한테
do in
안겨
the
있는 걸
first place?
좋아해.
These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He
울렸겠다,
couldn't accept
목소리.
it. His
No,
own
no,
life in
no,
someone
no,
else's
no,
control?
no.
Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
뭘 말하고 싶은 걸까?
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with
1번이랑 똑같이 만드는
or sad or
근데
content.
조금 다른 요소 들어놓고
Working,
2번으로
eating,
팔아놓는
working, all
게임들을
of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
비판하려는 걸까?
And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
대사 바뀐 거 어이가 없네.
Yes, they had done it.
데이라고 부르는 것도 어이가 없네.
Their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate.
Okay,
Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket.
건물도 양동이를 좋아해.
No.
어떡해.
Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I?
느껴지지 않는데.
Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Find out what? 금은
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed
그
a memo.
탈출구 쪽 있잖아요. 그거를 양동이를 들고 가지 않은 다음에 양동이를 들고 갈까? 여러분 중에 못 본 사람이 있을라나? 그러면은 원래 기본 버전을 보고
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
피규어다.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
여기서 아래로 가는 거지? 잠깐만. 맞나? 아니다. 위로. 안심이 안 돼. 양동이가 없어.
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
아니 중간 조작을 하게 해달라고.
Anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few minutes with some calming new age music.
오히려 오래 걸리네.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
여기에 그거 있다 그랬죠? 아니 저거 어떻게 먹어? 뭐야? No. 어떻게 양동이 들고 또 올 거니까.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
에이? 거짓말.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get
안
back
가.
on
이따
track.
양동이랑 다시 올 거야.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
무한한 구멍?
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, it reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world
여기로
is.
점프 안.
Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man.
어떻게 하지?
So he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
아닌데.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
양동이랑 같이 왔으면 더 즐거웠을 텐데. 게임 전체에서 사용된 버튼을 눌렀을 때 나오는 사운드입니다. 저런 게 있었나? 일본 같은 게? 양동이가 보고 싶구나. 개발 초기에 우리는 스탠리가 전쟁터에서 외계인과 싸우게 되는 엔딩을 계획했습니다. 액션 게임이 지각을 갖게 되어 내레이터와 전쟁을 벌이게 되죠. 제작을 시작한 지 얼마 지나지 않아 엔딩이 게임 내 톤에 비해 너무 장난스럽고 거슬린다는 것을 깨달았습니다. 게다가 어떤 사람은 엔딩이 슈팅 게임을 좋아하는 이들을 조롱한다고 해석했는데 그건 우리의 의도가 아니었습니다. 울트라 디럭스. 조금 여기도 바뀌긴 했네. 저희가 두 번째 트레일러를 공개한 후 내레이터에게 질문이 있으면 이메일을 보내달라고 사람들에게 요청했다. 처음에는 이메일을 추가 홍보 자료로 사용할 계획이었지만 완벽한 사용법을 찾지 못했다. 여기 그 이메일의 일부다. 질문! 이 게임에 카바바라 나오나요? 나레이터님께 어떻게 몸매를 유지하시나요? 이런 메일만 보냈구나. 스탠리 패러블 예, 어쩌고저쩌고 하고 오 이런 건 좋네. 아 뭐야, 예술은 좋은 검열을 필요로 한다. 어떻게 어떤 방식으로? 퀘스트 엄청 많나요? 엔딩 몇 개인가요? 이거 진짜겠지? JRPG를 어떻게 만드시는지, 역대 최악의 게임을 어떻게 만드시는지, 올이랑 차이가 무엇인지. 휴게실 초기 버전 불이다. 지금 완전 파란색으로 이쁜데. 사무실 왼쪽에서 오른쪽으로 시간이 지남에 따라 스탠리의 사무실에 진화 있어요. 그러네. 요것도 막 나와져 있고 자연스럽게 바뀌었네. 레벨 디자인 윌리엄이 각본가인 데뷔에게 일종의 오디션 작품으로 보낸 디자인 모형이다. 자유 엔딩. 어? 카운트다운 엔딩이 뭐지? 화장실. 양동이랑 같이 올래.
And finally, he pushed the number 9.
와, 이 나레이터 분이 다 했어 진짜 느낌. 잘 살려가지고. 사무실 시계. 그래서 다 받는 것 같은데? 다시 돌려보내줘. 화물 리프트. 뭔 소리야? 아파트 엔딩으로 이어진 선택지에서 전화를 받을 수 있는 시간이 타이머로 있었다. 난 엄청 기다렸는데. 뭐야? 보수구역 레이아웃. ESC 메뉴. 오랫동안 이 게임의 플레이어가 ESC 메뉴에서 다시 시작할 때만 끝나는 엔딩이 존재했습니다. 불행하게도 극소수의 플레이어만이 엔딩을 보기 위해 그런 순서를 따라한다는 것을 알았고 이는 모두에게 찾아가면 알려줬다. 젠딩. 젠딩? 젠딩? 그거 같은데? 옛날에 깜짝이야.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
둘이 나랑 나레이터 분 말하는 거야?
But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
마켓스. 얘랑 같이 가서 죽으면 암튼 행복.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, but Stanley guessed the correct code.
조금 기다리니까 오히려 빨리 돼. 역시 배우는 게 있다니까. 너무 빨리 가려고 하면 오히려 더 늦고 조금만 더 기다리면 늦지 않고 그런 거지 뭐. 잠깐만 여기.
You're getting closer, Stanley. You've really gotten all of The Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now we have them all.
예.
You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
한 개 어디 있을까? 다 모아도 아무 일도 없다고 하던데요? 근데 왠지 모으고 싶은 그것이 맹점이야.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that
안
read
가?
Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
죽을 때도 함께야. 이거 여기서 안 죽는 방법이 있었던 것 같은데.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket. But what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death?
우리 양동이한테
This is
그렇게
what
말하지
Stanley
마.
thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a
아니
single
양동이
visceral
넣어가지고 다시
instant,
다
the
녹음한 거 왜
bucket's
이렇게
life came to an
웃기냐?
end as it was crushed violently to death.
진짜 어이없어.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent
나는
bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
양동이 전시. 와.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
그렇구나. 나나 양의 양이 양동이의
25개의
양이구나.
양동이. 아닌 것 같은데? 25개의 양동이를 담은 사진으로 지금까지 카메라로 찍은 양동이 중 가장 많은 양동이를 담았습니다. 이 사진을 찍은 작가는 한 번에 이렇게 많은 양동이를 접한 행복감에 몇 주 동안 긴장성 쇼크를 겪었습니다. 아니 근데 숫자를 못 세는 것 같은데 느낌이? 불지용 양동이. 이 작품은 불지용 양동이의 복제품으로 중세시대 때 너무나 강렬하고 매혹적인 힘을 가지고 있었기에 수십 개의 국가가 서로 그 힘을 차지하기 위해 전쟁을 치렀습니다. 수십억 명이 죽고 난 뒤 간단한 진실만이 남았죠. 그 누구도
이거
양동이를 다룰 수
DLC
없다는 것만.
풍자인 거지.
동굴 벽화. 와, 우리는 인류보다 양동이가 앞서 존재했다는 것을 알고 있었지만 얼마나 오래전부터 존재했는지 알 수 없습니다. 이 동굴 벽화는 초기 인류가 양동이의 실용적인 용도를 발견한 모습을 그리고 있으며 이 시기에 양동이님이 몇천 년 동안 존재해왔을 것입니다. 이 벽화를 통해 어떻게 양동이가 자신과 같은 보물이 인류에게 줄 가치가 있는지를 판단한 뒤 자신을 사용할 수 있도록 허락했는지 확인할 수 있습니다. 어떡하지? 물이 자꾸 새. 어? 여기 양동이가 있다. 야, 신난다.
안녕하세요, 나나 양동이님.
양동이로 물도 먹을 수 있다고.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
매달린 양동이. 이 작품은 양동이가 인류 사이에 필연적인 관계를 상징적으로 보여줍니다. 아무리 양동이를 향해 진정으로 다다랐다 생각하더라도 양동이는 항상 우리 손이 닿지 않는 곳에 있습니다. 이 어쩔 수 없는 거리감은 우리 자신을 위한 것입니다. 무서워. 스트레스 양동이. 해설 없이 출품되었습니다. 양동이가 이제 불안하거나 뭐 그런 마음들을 모아서 양동이로 배출한다. 그러면 휴식과 회복, 약간 그런 느낌인가? 손잡이가 2개인 양동이. 이 작품은 손잡이가 2개인 양동이를 묘사하고 있다. 이런 디자인의 양동이는 현실에서 만들어진 적이 없는데 너무 위험하다라거나 무모할 정도로 실험적이다라고 여겨졌기 때문입니다. 매년 수십 명의 사람이 이를 시도하려다 사형에 처했습니다. 근데 이거 괜찮을 것 같아. 둘이 나눠서 들을 수 있잖아. 여기로 내려가야 되는 건가? 하지만 너무 위험하죠. 사형에 처해지는데 만들긴 좀 그렇죠. 양동이는 옛날부터 인간을 위해 존재해왔어. 아니면 우리가 양동이를 위해 존재하는 걸지도. 어? 뭐야?
마음이 참 양동이해지네요.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their...
어떡해? 아, 게임 다시 시작하기? 이번엔 죽으라고? 이번엔 죽고 다시 원래 시작하면 어떻게 되는지 보고 또 이거 봐봐. 내가 선택지를 줄게. 나는 이거 옛날에는 했던 것 같긴 해. 내가 돌아가서 여기서 죽은 다음에 양동이를 안 들고 다시 시작했을 때 나오는 엔딩을 보고 다시 돌아와서 양동이를 봤으면 좋겠어? 아니면은 그냥 지금 다시 시작하기리? 봐봐. 이해가 안 됐구나. 지금 이런 템포로 하고 있잖아. 원래 1편에서 하는 걸 보고 그 다음에 양동이를 들고 거기 가면 뭐가 달라지는지 보고 있잖아. 근데 방금 내가 양동이를 안 들고 여기서 죽었잖아. 근데 아마 여기서 다시 시작하면 다른 엔딩이 있을 거야. 그러면 근데 그렇게 볼 건지 아니면 그냥 죽는 엔딩을 아니야. 근데 다시 시작하기 엔딩을 보는 것도 괜찮은 것 같아요. 왜냐면 죽는 건 아마 엔딩이 없지 않나? 일단 죽어봐. 오케이. 그렇게 어렵진 않아.
Only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world,
난
a new vision.
양동이 죽는 소리 나는 거 봐. 어이없어 진짜. 양동이 부서지는 소리 나는 거. 철 소리 나는 거 진짜 어이없네. 자, 그럼 여기서 다시 가서 제가 사는 엔딩을 보여드리고 양동이랑 사는 엔딩을 또 보여드릴게요. 이거는 1편에서 봤던 건데 또 오랜만에 보는 거니까 유튜브 보시는 분들은 알아서 넘겨서 보면 되니까. 오케이. 요거 아마 그래 맞는 것 같아. 내가 약간 진엔딩 잠깐만 이었던 것 같아. 요걸 보면 되겠다. 잠깐만 이거 하나 남았지? 빨강과 파랑 모두 어딘가에서? 이번 엔딩에 있을 수도 있어. 살아남았을 때, 그죠?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
길 까먹었어.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
어랄라? 여기서
Stanley walked straight
왼쪽으로 간
ahead through the
다음에
large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape
엔딩
written on
진짜
it,
이게
the
분기가
truth
진짜
was that at the end
많아서
of this hall,
다 못
Stanley
봐도
would meet his violent
사서
death.
보면 괜찮을 것 같아. 그리고 여기 디럭스판은 양동이 버전이 늘어난 거
The door
아니야? 안
behind
그래도
him was not
많은데
shut.
10개였으면
Stanley
20개
still
된
had every
거잖아?
opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
양동이가 너무 익숙해졌어. 사실 1년에 한 번 양동이란 단어를 쓸까 말까인데 양동이를 볼 일이 없는데 이상하게
As the
양동이를
machine
보게
whirred into motion
되네.
and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end
어허,
to
빨리,
his brief
빨리.
and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
와, 실제 사람도 부서지겠지?
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
뭘로?
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
모든 것은 정해져 있다.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
여기서 다시
Can you
시작하기를
see
누르면
how
될
much they
텐데.
need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
오케이,
But
오케이.
listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit.
이거죠? 다시 시작하기였지? 이게 이거였던 것 같아, 그지? 맞나? 종료하기야? 종료하기 없어. 다시 시작하기. 맞나? 맞아, 맞아. 아니, 여기도 양동이가? 들고 가야 되나? 아이씨, 어떡하지? 이거 여기로 다시 돌아올 수 있겠지? 그리고 양동이가 약간 금색됐어. 여기서 또 두 개로 갈라진다고? 그럼 양동이를 들고 여기를 온 다음에 또 드는... 아씨... 아씨... 이거... 들고... 아이... 하다 들고 가는 버전을 보는 게 나으려나? 안 들고 가면 아니야. 안 들고 그러니까 지금 분기 이렇게 된 거야. 안 들고 안 들고 안 들고 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 안 들고 들고 들고
When
진짜.
Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
아 이거 진짜 어떻게 하더라? 여기서 어쩌더라?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's
나
office.
기억이 안 나네? 그냥 가는 거던가? 내려가야 되나? 아니야, 맞나? 내려갔나?
But Stanley
야, 이거 그거 아니야? 이거 정신 나간 엔딩
considered
아니야?
the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had
올라가는
left his
거라고?
post.
어? 어?
All of his co-workers were gone.
Huh?
What did it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door.
또 다른 갈래가? 밑으로 갔다 다시 하기를 누른 다음에 또 다시 시하는 그런 갈래가.
Coming to a staircase,
일단 끝까지 가봅시다.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
에라 모르겠다. 뭐야 들어가기도 전에
Here's the
닫혀.
door, Jessica.
아주 이제 귀찮다 이거지? 아 진엔딩 보는 방법 뭐였더라요? 나 기억이 안 나. 너무 오래돼서.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
여기죠. 여기 가서 내가 봤을 때는 뭔가 그 숫자 같은 버튼 같은 걸 누르고 뭐 어떻게 하면은 마지막에 뭐 나오는 그런 게 있었던 것 같은데 그죠? 뭔가 숫자 그거 했던 것 같아. 아닌가? 뭐 안 되면은 마지막에 온이라도 눌러보죠. 안 하던 거.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to
몰라.
himself.
지금 나
Did he
어디야?
have
나
the
어디까지 온
strength
건지.
to find out?
양동이가 보고 싶어. 너무 불안해.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to
애완돌
images
이런
on
거
a
약간
screen.
이해가기 시작했어.
And
애완돌
Stanley,
살짝
one of
이해 안
them,
갔었는데.
eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control?
마리모 같은 건
all this
차라리
time?
이해가
Was this the
되거든.
only reason he was happy
걔는
with his
그래도 나름
boring job?
뽀글뽀글하는
That his
것도 있고
emotions had been
그런데
manipulated to
애완돌은
accept
왜?
it
라고 생각했는데
blindly?
애완 양동이가 가능하다면 애완돌도 가능해.
He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
어?
here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
4번 어디냐? 아, 뭐가 있었던 것 같은데 기억이 안 나네. 여기 위에 있나? 아닌데. 조금 어두운 것 같다. 없네. 비디오에 없는 것 같은데. 4번 어떻게 여기서 1, 2, 3 그러네. 저기 4번이네. 근데 여기가 왜 안 올라가지지? 그러면 잠깐만요. 이걸 뭐 보는 게 나쁜 거 아니니까 스탠리 패러블 오른쪽으로 가서 호위 가서 레프트 가서 보스방에서 키패드 그리고 캔워크에서 시크릿 디스코 파워 페이터 뮤지엄 했고 밤 자유인 폭발 엔딩 앞잡기 탈출은 폴라 엔딩 왼쪽 문 엘리베이터 가서 일반 엔딩 가서 모르겠는데? 아씨 봐도 모르겠는데? 예술은 게임 엔딩 파란색 우주 엔딩 오케이 이거 여기서 온 눌러보는 거 해보자 먼저.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself? Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do.
내가
But you need
왕이야.
to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say,
얼마나?
2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine.
어떡해?
You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's
지금 하는
desires.
건가 봐.
This is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off.
어쩐지.
But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start.
맞아? 이렇게 하는 거?
What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate
아닌가 봐, 아닌가 봐.
But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much.
어떻게 하는 거야 이거? 보조 전략이 뭐야?
I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. How would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this is?
아니야.
Stanley,
10번.
you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge.
이거 봐. 자동 안전장치.
You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say,
범인은
up. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
양동이 들고 옷 눌러봐야겠다. 잘못 눌렀다. 어떡하냐?
Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge
잘못
was
들어왔네.
simply the place
다시
to
근데
be.
돌아갈 수 있는 기회가 있어.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured.
맞아.
to the
이렇게
mentioned
하는
section
것도
and walked
있었거든.
straight ahead to the
아,
opposite
맞아. 이거
door.
진짜 많아. 이거 진짜 한 20개 돼, 엔딩. 일단
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
그냥 있기는 약간 양동이 버전이 추가됐다.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
내가 봤을 땐 빨강 파랑 오케이 이거 하고 하나 엔딩 더 보면 되겠다.
Stanley and the
진행
bucket walked
찾았어.
straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with
외우겠다
television
외우겠어.
screens.
저기요 열어요
What horrible
빨리.
secret did this place hold? Stanley
저기
and the
양동이
bucket
있어서
both
두렵지
wondered to
않거든요.
themselves.
아오.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first
물을
place?
옮기는 걸
These questions
좋아하고요.
raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
물을 안 옮기는 걸 싫어해요.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content.
양동 있는 물에 대걸레를 빠는 거요? 안
all of it
좋아합니다.
monitored and commanded from
물이
this very
들어오니까요.
place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terror.
아우.
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls.
양동이가 튀어 올라서
Stanley
눌렀대.
gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away
아니야,
in
양동아
disgust
잘했어.
when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
어?
Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
어? 오른쪽. 왼쪽?
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along?
펭귄 귀여워.
Stanley marveled at the metal genius in
양동이가
his hand,
밝혀냈어. 이
the one who
기간의
had pointed him towards this
진짜
incredible
일을.
discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their
귀엽다,
lives
펭귄.
here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this
양동이
one
역시
was
최고야.
surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
얘 진짜 못생겼다. 오리는 귀엽지. 야, 양동이 들고 재시작을
All
해보게요.
of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it?
어?
Is this Stanley's office?
어? 얘 왜 이래?
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
어이가 없네.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
너와 함께라면 어디든지.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
어디 가냐면 얘를 들고
Was the bucket guiding him?
지하에 가서
This is certainly the most
양동이와 함께 다시 시작하기를 눌러보는 경우의 수.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
금생 양동이도 그렇게 해서 나왔던 것
The door
같아.
behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
원래도 한 10개 넘게 있었는데 이제 한 30개
그래서
넘었거든.
다음 배지는 양동이 아닌가요?
나나 양동이. 우리 운명이야. 이렇게 해서 여기가 좀 길어요. 아이고 허리 좀 펴야겠다. 점심은 뭘 먹을까?
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise,
짜파게티
Stanley
먹고
reflected on
싶으니까
how
짜파게티
meaningless the
먹을까?
bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket
아,
everywhere.
그 기생충식 짜파게티.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed
말도 안
violently
돼,
to
양동이
death.
귀 막아. 양동이 귀엽다. 진짜 귀 같은 게 있지 않나요, 지금? 끝에? 고리가? 좀 귀
It
같아.
was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
네, 양동이 그새 뺏어갔어. 아까 봤던 양동이 박물관이고요. 제가 넘기는 부분을 아까 본 거니까 다시 보기 꼭 보세요.
Like this and to claim it for his own. Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life? No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should
이런 것도 다
kneel before the
읽었었어요.
bucket.
가서 이거 누르면 현실로 돌아오고.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't lose it.
이렇게 하고 과자를 한 입 먹고. 그리고 한시 신장항공.
아내가 이 루트에서 과자를 안 먹어서 엔딩을 못 봤네.
나레이터가 죽으라 그랬어요?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed... Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest
이번에
and
죽지 뭐.
entered the door on his left.
맞아요. 내가 꼭 죽어야 되나? 여기서 또 갈리는 거 아니겠어?
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
아까 죽지 않았나? 아닌가?
Crushed by the weight of this
했나?
revelation,
여러분 저 했나요? 아까
broken down
죽었나요?
into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable.
그러면
At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed
그러면
the code by
이번에
sharing
뭘
it.
해볼 수
Was
있을까?
it the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket
여기 있는 모든 경우의 수는 다
This
했나?
is certainly the most logical explanation.
여기 거는? 그러면 이번에 제가 해볼 것은 청개구리의 엔딩입니다. 제대로 청개구리 해볼게요. 아까는 마지막에 말을
All of his
들어버렸거든요.
co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
기본 마지막 엔딩인데 기본으로 하면 어떻게 되는지 보여드릴게요.
When Stanley came to a set of two open
오른쪽.
doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, giddy in a way he had never known before. Was it this room? A connection between the two? Could a man love a room?
이렇게 하고
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
안 가고
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
타고
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really.
그리고 가는 동안
I realize that investing
과자를
in trust in
먹고
someone else
과자의
can be difficult, but
이름은
the fact is that the
빨미까리예요.
story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
빨미까리는 과자 브랜드 이름이 아니라 마카롱처럼 종류야.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. Oh,
안 받아.
Did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of
와,
being
이거
a
내
real
기억에
person. But if used incorrectly,
영어였는데
can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a
안쪽에 있는
hypothetical real
그림도
person
번역이
named Rupert
됐네.
has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people.
귀뚜라미를
Or
햄버거로
he could spend
바꾸네.
years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make?
저는
Remember
햄버거로
that unlike
바꿀래요.
here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30?
세상에나 지금
I'm
4시
supposed to be
30분인가요?
having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside.
아,
At this
너는
time,
궁금할
your
가치도 없는
instructor will guide you in an
인간이다.
exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
에? 뭐야? 가지 말았어야 됐나? 어? 몰라.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine
그래, 여기서
the
떨어지는
dying
그것도
senselessly
있었었어.
halfway through the story.
여기
That story
갇혔네,
would
나.
make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse.
그것은
It seems this
다른
place
유튜브를
is not well equipped to deal with
참고하시길
reality.
바래요. 모든 엔딩을 다 볼 수는 없을 것 같아요. 배고파서. 다른 유튜브 제 거 옛날 거 어떻게든 찾아내서 보세요. 저 옛날에 한 기억이 있거든요.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
뭐야?
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
싫은데.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
싫은데. 어? 그냥 문을 막아버리네. 싫은데. 어이씨. 아이씨.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to. I'm still here in this pile of rubbish, with you, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine.
알았어.
All right.
이제 막 강제로 여기로
When Stanley
보내네.
came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
아, 진짜.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
이러면 안 되는데? 아, 그럼 처음부터 다시 해야 돼, 설마? 아, 말도 안 돼.
All of his co-workers were gone.
거짓말이죠?
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed the memo.
야, 거기서 또 오른쪽에 갔었더니 방으로 돌려오길래 그냥 간 건데. 아, 스트레스. 그냥 양동이 들고 가자.
The embrace of an old
열받아.
friend. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and emptied. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to
하나를
do.
그 피규어 하나 못 찾은 게 너무 마음에 걸리는데 어디일까? 빨간색하고 초록 파란색이 만나는 곳?
But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
아우.
Now pick up the phone, said.
안 받아.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
이번엔 개그를 알려주네?
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last?
그래, 도움이 되겠다,
How can it be
방송하는데.
used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will
30초 후에
laugh, and
웃게 될 거야.
then spell out your name a second time. With these
나는
steps complete,
나나양이야.
it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds.
느낌표 농담을
and no
치면
less than
재밌는
13
농담이
and a half,
나온다.
pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is
농담
customary
10을
to
눌러.
inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the
농담은
funny" now.
끝났으니 다람쥐.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian.
재밌었는데
An
평가까지
effective survey
받네.
should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random.
열장을.
And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter.
나나양 때문에 너무 웃어서 배가 아프네요. 병원비 청구하겠습니다.
You gut-busting little scamp.
자, 다 같이 해볼까요? 이 배꼽 빠지게 웃긴 사람들 같으니라고. 오잉크잉 에스크라우드님 감사합니다.
All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
이번엔 절대 말 안 듣는다. 하지만 돌아가라 그래서 돌아가고 있는데.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke.
바보
I'll
같아.
figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
응, 오른쪽. 어?
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling well.
코미디의 왕. 아무도 안 그렇게 생각하는 것 같은데.
안 돼. I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video.
안 돼, 내 자리야.
Surely that will help me improve my. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
오른쪽으로 가야겠지? 어?
What? We're back at the phone already? No.
어?
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No.
어?
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
어? 좀 더러워진 것 같지 않아, 벽이?
What? We're back at the phone already? No.
어?
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket
좀
came to a
빨라진
set
것
of two
같아.
open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go.
Huh?
You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the
이제
left.
왼쪽 가는 건가? 왠지 아까처럼 왼쪽 가면 모든 게 끝날까 봐.
We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set
마지막?
of two
아예?
open doors, they entered the door on the left.
잠시만. 배고파. 뭐지? 어떻게 되지? 왼쪽 가야 되나?
What? We're back at the phone already? No.
어?
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open
어쩔 수 없는 것
doors,
같은데?
they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the
아니
phone.
왼쪽.
Did you not even look at the instructional video?
에?
I think this was all covered very clearly.
어?
There's no way I can make the
요즘 마틴
comedic
갔는데.
timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
어?
up the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not?
스탠리 불쌍해.
Pale with shame. Pale with shame. Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
너무 불쌍해. 너무 불행해. 어떡해. 제 기억에 아까 제가 그거 안 했잖아요. 안 들고 청개구리. 저것도 저거랑 비슷하게 끝났어요. 대사만 달랐거든요. 그러면 마지막으로 하나만 더 해볼게요. 뛰어내린 엔딩에 빨간 문하고 파란 문이 있는데 그게 제 기억에 피규어를 다 모을 수 있을 것 같아가지고
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
잠깐만요. 잠시만요. 확실히 확인해 볼게요. 오케이.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was. The lounge. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
여기서
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
어떻게 떨어지더라? 맞아.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult. But the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone... Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
끝났어. 근데 빨강으로 안 했거든? 이거 사실 둘 다 봐도 상관없어서 님들 어디 갈까요? 빨간색이 좋아요? 파란색이 좋아요? 빨간색을 가라고 하긴 했어, 나레이터는. 파랑? 오케이, 그럼 파랑으로.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see, there's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
네.
Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a
세
third
번째 문이
door?
있으면 더 좋아.
Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
세계 경쟁표가 생겼다.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
네.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
아니 이거 4시간 동안 어떻게 해? 소리도 듣기 싫어. 이 소리 누른 소리. 아 어떡하지? 하하 어떡해? 어떡해? 아 어떡해? 안돼.
아니지 물음표.
안돼.
2 hour later.
어떡해?
어서 저 애기를 불 속에 던져. 모두를 위해서.
근데 아직 이건 진짜 애기가 아니고 사진일 뿐이니까.
이거 4시간 정도면 된댔으니까 일시 정지하고 매크로 가져오죠. 잠깐 저챗하면 되겠다.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
아니,
If it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to
어린애를
try.
불에 던지다니
I'm out.
노딱
I'm
신고
out.
정지
I'm done.
받으냐?
아니 얘가
It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable.
힘이 구려요.
Oh, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game just to ease the pain?
놀랍게도 매크로 방지가 되어 있어서 매크로로 4시간을 못 굴린다. 키키키키.
Yes. This seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
애기 사진 불태우는 나나양님 안녕하세요.
Aha, fascinating. What do you think this
저런
game is
닭가 아니야?
about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? But it seems obvious to me that
내
you are
가족
meant to play as a
사진이라면
creepy man
말린 모.
spying on innocent
어?
civilians
아니네?
below you from up high in your creep tower. Perhaps
하여지,
for some sort
아.
of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating
홈페이지 가서
venture into the
리뷰에
experience
나나양이
of total
애기를 불에
mental
태웠다고
depravity.
부정적 평가
So
주고
far, I
오겠습니다.
love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
그 스토리 게임. 아, 나 이거 안 했는데 이거 스포네.
Oh no. No, it can't be.
왜?
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
어?
Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable
코너 속의
walls.
코너.
Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Huh?
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had
축구
in mind.
게임이네.
Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't
근데
any
이거 많이 바꾼 것
possibility
같아.
that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together.
좋아.
Yeah,
코너 속의 코너
I think
속의
surely
코너.
we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
좀 큰데? 예! 해지! 들어가라!
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And
그렇게
I realize
말하면
I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball.
와, 두 개야!
Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls.
아. 조금 많은데. 와, 그래도 재밌어.
Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a real video game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over.
왜?
That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I am
아니, 공 넣는 것도
structure. I'm your sense of
규칙인데.
purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows?
그러니까.
You're an inventive kid. You'll
이놈
come up with
자식이.
something. After all, you're the one who knows
그러니까
best.
말이야.
Take care, Stanley.
뭐야, 나 여기 살라고? 어? 공 하나 주고 가. 뭐야 여기 길이 있네. 는 못 들어가네. 어? 저 건너편 되는지 맞아. 삐졌네. 재밌다 하니까 재미없다 이거. 골대인가봐. 골대. 아기는 이제 기억에서 까먹어 주시면.
나나양도 충분히 동그랗게 생겼으니까 골대로 들어가 보자.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
뭐야? 불탄 거 같아? 무섭네. 어두워갖고 본능적으로 불이 있는 쪽에 오게 된다. 뭐요? 뭐요? 너무 어두워. 아우. 잠깐만. 약간 모니터 살짝만 올려야겠다. 뭐요?
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He
저게
needs
끝이야?
someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
응? 아, 저기 혼자 남겨진 그런 엔딩인가 봐. 도망치려고 해가지고. 그러면 양동이 그러면 잠깐만 이렇게 해서 정말 이 게임 요번 그 디럭스는 양동이 버전이 그러니까 물론 양동이만 들어간 건 아니죠. 뭐 스탠리 패러블 2라던가 뭐 이런 거 있었지만 결국 양동이를 들고 엔딩을 하나씩 보는 게 끝일까? 아니면 양동이 진 엔딩이 있을까? 양동이 진 엔딩? 볼 수는 있는 것 같은데 엔딩을 좀 봐볼까? 보고 하나씩 봐볼까 그러면? 잠시만요. 다 보고 싶으시면 타는 아니어도 오케이.
양동동님 진 엔딩 좀 알려주세요.
폭발 엔딩 많이 봤네 우리. 오케이. 우리 많이 봤어.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
아, 이거 뭐 있긴 하네. 저걸 모으는 게 목표가 맞았네. 우리 잘하고 있었네. 아.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it's 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
에?
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley.
아니,
I'll be honest. Back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
정답 기다래.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here under the stairs. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything. Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room.
언제?
Well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must.
이거 아닌데? 아닌데? 처음 보는데? 이런 방?
This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was behind the boss's office. I remember it so clearly.
아닌데?
In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
그랬나? 아니 이거 뭐야?
편집이 초등학생 감성인데.
옛날에 보던. 와.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it
얼마
was 8
안
minutes
걸렸.
I wouldn't have spent
그러니까
on
8분밖에 안 걸렸을 것 같은데.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most
나도,
distinct
나도.
and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collective.
맞아요.
It was a moment unlike any other, except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
아니 근데 6개 중에 12개를 찾은 게 말이 되냐고요. 이거 뭐야 왜 같은 거야. 아 나. 당신은 지금 현재에 있습니다.
And then there was no more.
Oh.
Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
그렇게까지 막 기억하고 싶은 그 정도는 아닌 것 같은데. 그렇게까지 할 건가? 6개 그냥 너무지
Okay, yes,
않나?
the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this.
아니 그렇게
I must
당연히
say,
기억
of all the
방금
figurines we looked at
왔었는데.
in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one
아니,
is the
방금
most distinct
봤으니까-
and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
아니 그래? 너무 많이 보는 거 아닌가?
And here's where I made that video.
아
Don't you
방금
remember the video?
봤으니까 당연히 기억나지. 아니
Yes,
아.
love that video.
와 센스 빠른 재생. 아니 근데 이거 뭐 그렇게 아니 나는 왜 핑크방이 기억이 안 나지? 이런 게 있었나?
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room though, a solid room.
아니 없었던 거 같은데 이런 핑크색이?
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the
아니 근데 지금
intrinsic
너무
joy
수집
of
많이
collecting.
했는데?
I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
이걸로 뭘 할 수 있을까?
This was our second figley. Don't you remember?
아니 벌써 세
Yes,
번째
I
먹고
remember
있는데
it
당연히
too.
기억이 나지
The
않는.
past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it, the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
이거 전에 뭐 이거 아까 초반쯤에 왔던 그건데 DLC 처음 거긴데.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating
아 좀
it back
아꼈을
then.
걸.
The
두 곳에서
time
못
guys
쓰고
put a
있네.
rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the... Oh, yes! The two doors! Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
어디 갈까? 왼쪽 갈까? 오른쪽 갈까? 왼쪽? 잠깐만 이것도 같은 데구나. 이 자식. 이거 대충 하네.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with, well, came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions, he would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes,
스탠리가 가짜였어?
I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much.
이런 엔딩이?
Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man
스탠리는
named
가짜였어? 뭐야, 뭐 해야 되는데 이제? 어떻게 해야 되는데?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man.
한 번만 더 할 수 있는 거야?
In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
그러면은 그거 해볼게요. 해보고 싶었던 거 하나
Stanley touched the
있었어요.
bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
아니 근데 이거 어떡하냐? 얘를 은퇴를 시키면 얘는 사라지는 거 아닌가?
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
어? 게임을 완전히 껐다 킬 것? 이거 해야 되는 건가? 믿어야 되는 건가? 여기 원래 그거 있었거든. 그 피규어. 그래서 그거를 보러 온 건데. 완전히 다시 시작하라는 건 껐다 안전 껐다 키는 건가? 모르죠. 이 게임은 나온 지 그렇게 오래되지 않은 게임이라. IT F4로 꺼? 어떻게? 해야 될까? 저걸 봐버렸네. 아니면 그냥 하나를 해보면 어떻게 되는지를 볼까? 여기 오기 어려운데.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
완전히 지우는 거 보고 싶어.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes,
저가 해보고 싶은 엔딩은 이겁니다. 다시 올라갑니다.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again.
스포댐.
The bucket said nothing.
그리고 다시 내려갑니다. 뭐야? 다시 내려가는 거였는데? 왜?
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over.
이제 된다. 뭘 알라?
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
그럼 다시 올라갑니다. 안녕.
No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
양동이 삐졌나 보다. 원래 수다스러운 아이인데. 그러면은
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
아, 지금 돌아가는 거네.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd
다시
always
화해했어.
been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this
그러니까.
passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the
양동이
whole way
왜
down the elevator.
내 인생
He knew that
좋게
there
안
must be a way to
봐주고
get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a
이해를
solution,
못
mustn't
해주냐?
there be?
근데 올라가는 게 좋을 것 같아.
Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the
좀
number 3
바뀌지
meant to
않았어?
him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
와, 근데 이거 처음 발견한 사람 어떻게 발견했을까?
For months he advertised and marketed his
모두
press
그를 향해
conference,
집중!
building
무대에서
excitement around it,
라이브.
developing and rehearsing it until it
화성에
couldn't
간
be
남자.
refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
삼삼삼삼삼삼삼삼삼삼 427 대기실인가 보다.
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
아, 두근거려. 라이브라니.
There was no one here.
Oh.
Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure. And in that moment, Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any
양동아, 내가
sense of real
잘못했어.
respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends.
마켓이야, 미안해.
And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
뭐야? 되는데?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
그러면 게임을 완전히 재시작할
Not a
것
single person here either.
해볼게요. 이렇게 하면 되나? 게임 시작?
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked.
응? 바탕화면 나가야 돼요? 아, 그래요? 근데 사실 2가 아니긴 해, 이 게임. 생각해보면 2가 아니야, 지금. 어? 응? 어? 잠깐만요. 시작하기 전에 한마디 해도 될까요? 게임을 실행한 2번 모두 실제 시각을 맞춰주셔서 감사합니다. 많은 사람들이 그 절차를 심각하게 받아들이지 않거든요. 그냥 12시로 시간을 맞춰놓고 떠나버립니다. 하지만 당신은 실제로 시간을 내서 시각을 맞추시는군요. 정말 감사합니다. 이로써 당신이 이 경험에 신경 쓰고 있다는 걸 알았습니다. 관심이 있다는 것도 말이죠. 전 당신이 설정한 시간이 맞는지조차 알 길이 없지만요. 있잖아요. 보답 하나 하죠. 협조를 잘해주셨으니 다음번에 게임을 실행하고 이 화면을 볼 때는 시계를 당신이 가장 좋아하는 시각으로 설정하세요. 마음대로 하세요. 원하는 시간을 고르세요. 정확한 시간이 아니더라도요. 당신은 충분한 자격이 있어요. 좋아요. 그럼 이제 게임으로 돌아가겠습니다. 그래요?
This is the story of a man named
뭐지?
Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
또 꺼요?
Employee number 427's job was simple. He said,
미치겠네. 맛이 나나본으로 해야지. 그리고 오후로 해야지. 아씨, 나 44번 두드려야 되잖아. 아, 4시 44분. 당신이 하루 중 가장 좋아하는 시간이죠. 아니면 자기도 모르게 시간을 다시 정확하게 맞추신 건가요? 뭐 결국엔 당신이 시간을 정확히 맞추는 것을 얼마나 좋아하는지 알게 됐어요. 그럼 저는 낮이 44분, 낮이 44분, 이게 얼마나 정확한지 궁금해요. 또 다른 슬라이드를 이용해 알아봅시다. 부정확하지? 예, 근데 한 이 정도? 아니 이걸 게이지로 나타낼 수가 있나? 한 요 정도? 있잖아요. 시간의 정확성과는 상관없이 저는 이 설정을 조정하는데 아주 좋은 시간을 보내고 있답니다. 당신이 더 많이 알게 된 것 같아요. 당신이 설정하기를 좋아한다는 거죠. 데이터를 수집하길 잘했네. 슬라이더가 더 있으면 좋겠네요. 하지만 가지고 있는 슬라이더는 전부 살펴봤어요. 아마도 제가 새로운 슬라이드를 발명해서 당신에 대한 새로운 데이터를 수집할 수 있을 거예요. 어렵진 않을 거예요. 네, 몇 개 새로 만들어 볼게요. 다음에 게임을 시행할 때쯤이면 준비가 되어 있을 겁니다. 준비했어? 컴퓨터가 거의 보이지 않을 때까지 슬라이드 조정하세요. 살짝만 밝게 할게요. 좀 어둡더라 이게. 개와 고양이가 친구가 될 수 있게 슬라이더를 조정하세요. 숫자 5가 9가 될 때까지 슬라이더를 조정하세요. 있다. 슬라이더 조정을 중지할 때까지 슬라이더를 조정하세요. 내가 중지할 때까지? 아래에 두 단어 중 마음에 드는 단어. 띠용뽀용, 뿌숑빠숑. 띠용뽀용이 귀엽다. 슬라이더를 조정하지 마세요. 네. 지금 몇 시인지 아시나요? 네. 당신이 생각한 시간이 정확한 시간인가요? 시계를 보고 있는데. 네. 애초에 시간이란 뭐죠? 네니요? 당신에 대해 제가 말하지 않은 것이 있나요? 네. 말한 게 없는데? 도와줘요. 네. 이거 혹시 스탠리인가? 스탠리가 나한테 도와달라는 건가? 곧 지워지니까? 아닌가? 저 일부러 다시 와줄 거죠? 네. 다시 나갔다 오면 또 와줬다고 좋아하려나? 지금 몇 시죠? 누구든 정말로 정확히 알고 있긴 하나요? 하긴 뭐 시간이라는 건 뭐 그냥 해보고 정하는 거. 물론 모르겠죠. 사람들이 아무것도 모릅니다. 저와 당신 또한 서로에 대해 모르죠. 그저 남과 같아요. 물론 정확한 사양에 맞춰 게임 설정을 모두 조정했는데 누가 안 했겠어요. 그게 제가 하는 일입니다. 본업이나 다름없죠. 그리고 이제 일은 끝났습니다. 더는 제가 수집할 정보가 없습니다. 당신에 관한 모든 자료를 가능한 한 전부 수집했어요. 그리고 전 아직도 당신을 잘 모릅니다. 당신 또한 저에 대해서 모르고 있고요. 그리고 우리들 다 지금 몇 시인지 모릅니다. 어떤 설정들은 그냥 관리가 불가한 것 같아요. 하지만 솔직히 말하자면 시계는 게임에서 그 어떤 역할도 하지 않습니다. 다음번에 게임 시작할 땐 저는 여기 없을 거예요. 하지만 괜찮아요. 비디오 게임 원래 혼자 하는 거니까요. 너 양동이니? 당신 혼자 있는 걸 좋아하잖아요. 안 그런가요? 그게 제가 당신에 대해 정말로 알게 된 유일한 정보일지도 모르겠습니다.
이거 나나얀 개인정보 수집동이 눌러서 이런 거네.
이제 가야 할 시간이에요. 조정해야 할 설정이 하나도 남았지만 준비되기까지는 시간이 좀 걸릴 수도 있습니다. 제 직무 기술서에는 없지만 괜찮아요. 잘 찾을 수 있다면 다시 볼 수 있을 겁니다. 나중에 다시 얘기합시다. 헉! 에필로그가 생겼어. 뭐냐고. 스탠리인가? 일단 지금 내용이 그거잖아. 그 나레이터가 스탠리가 사실은 존재하는 사람이 아니었고 자기 그냥 갖고 놀 게 필요해서 스탠리 만들었는데 스탠리 이제 곧 지우겠다는 거 아닌가? 아니면 나레이터인가? 진짜 그럴 수도 있겠다. 수많은 해가 지나고 이거 아까 내가 스킵 그래 여기서도 좀 이상했지 갑자기. 아까 스킵 막 하니까 얘가 갑자기 다시 뭐야 아까 내가 쟤 막 스킵 시켜서 얘 이상해졌었잖아. 내가 아까 스킵해서 화났나? 달로 걸어가야지. 해로 걸어가야지. 여기 그거다. 거기 추억의 장소. 도착 못하는 거 아니야? 발전기. 시간이 엄청 흘러가가지고 그땐가봐. 여기도 완전 이렇게 됐네. 어떡하냐? 내가 얘를 스킵을 시켰잖아 엄청. 그래서 많은 시간 동안 혼자 있었잖아. 그때 걔가 새로운 스탠리를 만들고 뭐 그런 건가? 외로워서? 쿠키나인. 되게 입작하네. 리뷰. 다른 소편들과 마찬가지로 나는 원작 스탠리 패러블을 즐겼지만 이건 내가 소편에 얼마나 실망했는지를 보여준다. 독창적이라고 주목받던 전작과 달리 스탠리 패러블 2는 지루하고 영감 또한 없으며 팬층을 모욕하기도 한다. 첫 번째 게임의 즐거웠던 부분을 늘리기보단 소편은 아무도 관심 두지 않았던 구역으로 옮겨간다. 무한히 깊은 구멍? 누가 신경 쓴다고? 새로운 엔딩들은 어디 있는가? 스탠리 패러블의 어드벤처 라인 같은 재미있는 요소는 대신에 우린 영감도 없는 피규어를 모으는 사이드 퀘스트를 만든다. 심지어 이런 2편의 전환점조차 불완전하게 느껴진다. 모든 피규어를 모아도 아무것도 주지 않는다. 그래도 한마디 하자면 나는 나 자신이 양동이에게서 꽤나 안정감을 얻는다는 걸 알았는데 내가 썼나 이거? 이는 앞으로 스탠리 패러블의 속편 제작이 시속되었다는 소식이... 최근 게시물 진짜 디테일한 거 봐. 블로그를 너무 오랫동안 하지 않아 죄송합니다. 뒤에 뭐 있다고? 동물 타임즈. 캣독 탄생하다. 과학자들이 잡종임을 증명. 아니 누가 봐도 잡종이잖아. 짐 버튼이다. 스탠리 패러블 개발자들 스피노프도 없고 소편도 없다. 스탠리 패러블이 2013년에 큰 성공과 함께 출시되었을 때 개발자들은 게임 하나의 프랜차이즈로 만들려고 계획했다. 하나도 스탠리 패러블 2에 대한 치명적인 비판과 사망적 이유는 오늘 출판된 보도자료에서 서술된 대로 개발자들에게 그들의 야망을 제고하게 하였다. 팬들이 원하는 것은 단순히 더 많은 스탠리 패러블이 아니라는 것이 확실해졌다. 보도자료에서는 우리는 플레이어들이 만족할 시리즈에 대한 많은 비전이 있었지만 이제는 이것이 사실과 거리가 멀 수도 있다는 것이 밝혀졌다라고 쓰여있다. 보도자료에서는 계속해서 원작의 예술적 완전성을 보존할 것과 무모하고 모욕적인 비전으로 팬들을 괴롭게 하는 것을 멈추겠다고 약속한다. 또한 보도자료에는 죄송합니다라는 단어가 25번 이상 나온다. 그러니까 지금 내가 계속 그거 했잖아. 같은 옛날에 했던 엔딩을 보고 양동이를 들고 가면 뭔가 미묘하게 조금 다른 내용이 나왔잖아. 그거를 보는 것 자체도 사실 약간 비꼬는 거였네. 이 과정 전부가 약간 그냥 필요한 스토리였네. 그냥 그걸 보면서 아니 뭐 그냥 양동이만 들고 가고 여기서 분기점이 몇 개야 막 이런 과정도 필요한 과정이었네. 그러니까 어느샌가 이게 게임 내에서 원래 디럭스인데 패러블 2가 나왔다고 약간 그 모든 상황을 패러디한 건데 그걸 잊고 이미 지금 2를 하고 있다고 생각이 빠져들다가 양동이를 들게 되고 양동이한테 집착하게 되고 내가 점점 이상해졌었어. 맞아, 이건 다 패러디였, 이건 다 비꼬고 그러는 거였는데 이건 다 그냥 스토리 진행이었는데 생각해보면 이건 다 그냥 의미 없는 진행이었는데. 아니 여기 이렇게 많잖아. 아니 20개째야 벌써. 띠롱띠롱 띠롱띠롱. 뭐야? 처음에 나왔던 그거네. 디럭스판. 뭐야, 어떡해. 이건가? 컴퓨터인가? 울트라 디럭스 전편 안 하고 해도 할만한 거 아니냐고? 그냥 전편에 다 할 수 있어요. 또 오셨군요. 다시 만나 반갑습니다. 하지만 저는 스탠리 패러블 게임이 없으리라는 것을 알게 된 건 끔찍하군요. 개발자들이 뭐라고 했는지 읽어보셨죠? 프랜차이즈 완전성 유지? 말도 안 됩니다. 스탠리 패러블이 신성하지도 않고 보호할 필요도 없습니다. 유사는 여시나 먹으라지. 태양이 폭발할 때까지 스탠리 패러블 게임을 계속 만들어 나가봅시다. 이 프랜차이즈를 철저히 운영해보자고요. 진흙탕을 헤쳐나가며 뒤에서부터 끌고 나갑시다. 사람들이 싫어하면 어쩔 거냐고요? 알게 뭡니까? 아시다시피 그건 나레이터의 문제였어요. 그는 사람들이 그의 작품을 어떻게 생각하느냐에 너무 집착했죠. 나레이터는 아니네. 그와 똑같은 실수를 하지 마시기를. 유산에 연연하지 마시고 불타게 내버려두세요. 어렵지 않습니다. 사실 제가 보여드리죠. 우리는 함께 3를 만들어 갈 것입니다. 간단해요. 게임 타이틀 하면서 숫자를 바꾸기만 하면 됩니다. 또한 이 게임을 위해 크고 화려하지만 정말로 멍청해 보이는 부제목이 필요하죠. 어서요. 우리 게임의 새로운 제목을 만들기 위해 임의의 단어들을 조합해보세요. 멋있는 거? 마지막 우주. 우스꽝스럽군요. 마음이 듭니다. 게임을 다시 시작할 때마다 속편의 수를 하나씩 추가한 다음 새로운 부제를 골라내겠습니다. 그렇게 된다면 더 스탠리 패러블은 영원히 끝나지 않겠죠. 그리고 당신이 이걸 계속하더라도 게임 그 자체는 아무것도 변하지 않을 거예요. 더 많은 콘텐츠를 추가하는 것은 마치 작업처럼 느껴지죠. 그럴 필요는 없습니다. 그냥 똑같은 내용일 뿐이고 계속해서 재활용되며 새로운 메인 화면이 나올 거예요. 어떻게 생각하시나요? 이 계획을 추진해야 할까요? 저야 좋지만 당신에게도 발언권이 있었으면 좋겠습니다. 아니, 안 한다고 하면 어떻게 되는 거지? 오버워치2처럼 그러세요? 좋아요, 동의하신 거죠? 이제 게임을 새로 시작할 때마다 새로운 속편이 제작될 겁니다. 그리고 말이죠. 제 아이디어를 믿어주신 것에 대해 저도 뭔가 보답해드리고 싶습니다. 아시다시피 저는 나레이터가 당신에게 고장난 도전 과제를 줄 방법을 찾지 못했다는 걸 알게 됐어요. 그가 방법을 찾았나요? 물론 아니겠죠. 기대도 안 했습니다. 계속 그게 거슬리더군요. 제가 고쳐놓겠습니다. 개발자일까? 이 사람을 누구로 표현해야 될까? 좋아요. 다 됐습니다. 도전 과제 기계가 완전히 수리되었어요. 보셨죠? 저는 당신 편입니다. 한 배를 탄 거니까요. 우리는 이 배를 계속 유지해야 합니다. 일단 개발자가 속편에 약간 이런 느낌이 들어. 대한 걸 굉장히 고민을 많이 했고 뭐가 나와도 사람들이 실망할 거다 뭐 이런 걸 많이 생각을 했고 다른 2편들을 살펴보면서 약간 잘 안 된 그 속편들이 나온 작품들이 보면서 그거를 이제 뭐라 해야 될까 약간 비판을 하려고 하는 것 같아. 그러면서 그런 막 뭐 정상과 비슷하게 해서 그런 게임들도 많고 조금 추가하는 것도 많고 그래서 이걸 하는데 이걸 하면 안 된다는 걸 자신은 알고 있고 그거를 한 거를 플레이시키고 뭔가 약간 하고 싶은 말은 많은 것 같은데 저는 계속 방향타를 돌려내야 합니다. 전 준비됐습니다. 당신도 준비되셨나요? 좋습니다. 이제 해야 할 것이 딱 한 가지 남았어요. 감사합니다. 재밌게 즐겨주세요. 아니 이거 뭐 눌러야 되냐? 게임 시작 눌러야 되냐? 에필로그 눌러야 되냐? 아니면 껐다 켜? 껐다 키면 또 4편 나와 있을라나? 내용은 똑같다고 했잖아. 그치? 잠깐만 기다려봐. 오케이. 제가 확인했습니다. 일단, 오케이. 킹무이키 봤는데 3편을 하면 처음부터 할 수 있는 게 맞고 그것이 엔딩이래요. 그렇게 하면 이제 처음부터 다시 하는데 그 후로 대사들이 계속 바뀐대요. 같은 걸 해도 이미 2편을 플레이하고 왔기 때문에 많은 부분이 바뀐대요. 처음부터 다른 걸 여러 가지를 해도. 그리고 이거를 8편까지 할 수가 있대요. 그러니까 8편까지 한번 해봅시다. 엄청난 아기. 오케이. 오편 들어가자. 스탠리 대 챔피언. 와, 새로운 게임.
무슨 게임이 1분마다 속편이 나와.
오늘 해볼 게임은 스탠리 패러블 5탄이에요. 벌써 오늘 하루 동안 엔딩을 4개를 봤는데, 그러면 잘 봤고요. 오늘은 여기까지 플레이하고 다음 게임 가도록 하겠습니다.
오늘 방송 너무 무리하는 거 아니야?
탈출. 여기부터 골라야 되네.
이러 완전 스트리머용 게임이잖아. 하루 만에 엔딩을 이렇게 보면 유튜브 영상만 몇 개야 키키읓.
프린터 컴퓨터 바이러스. 의사 컴퓨터 바이러스. 엉뚱한 컴퓨터 바이러스. 엉뚱한 탈출. 반역의 발출. 이거다. 자, 오늘 할 게임은 스탠리 패러블 6 6편인데요.
This is the story.
이런 게임이군요. 이렇게 엔딩을 봐버렸네요. 네, 다음 게임 준비되어 있거든요. 다음 게임 해보도록 하겠습니다. 다음 게임 준비돼 있죠. 전설의 세금 납부서. 오늘의 게임 스탠리 패러블 7. 엄청난 세율이 적용된 전설의 세금 납부서 게임 한번 해보도록 하겠습니다.
오늘 이렇게 달리는 이유가 또 호캉스 가려고 그러는 건가요?
이런 게임이었군요. 전설의 세금 납부서 너무 무서운 공포 게임이었습니다.
오늘 하신 게임들 모두 각각 유튜브에 올라오나요?
라나가가 퇴직하겠네요. 오늘의 8번째 게임이에요. 절대로 끝이 존재하지 않는 너무 길다. 이쁘지가 않다. 여행의 목적지인 아니야. 조사관 원숭이.
편집자가 한 편당
뭔가
10분
망고 게임일 것
만들려면
같다.
힘내야겠네.
조사관 원숭이 해보겠습니다. 이게 뭐야?
와나나양 유튜브 최소 일주일 동안 든든하게 볼 수 있겠네요. 호캉스 잘 다녀오세요.
여기서
Hold on. What's this?
오랜만이다.
8.
뭐야?
8.
The Stanley Parable 8? No. This doesn't look right at all.
8.
The Stanley Parable takes place in an office building. There are doors and branching paths. This is just a button that says 8.
8.
Where did the Stanley Parable go?
8.
8. 8.
단디.
8. 8. 8.
이게 단가?
8.
약간 이스터에그 같은 느낌인 건가?
I'm looking around and I really can't find the game anywhere. No boss's office or mind control facility or any of that. Literally just this 8 button. And what's worse is that you seem to be having a better time with this nonsense game than with the story I wrote for you. I'm actually a little insulted.
너가 스탠리 죽였잖아.
8.
조금 놀아보면 뭔가 대사가 좀 더 나을 것 같네요.
8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8.
오른쪽 바닥에? 뭐? 뭐? 아! 안 눌려.
8.
안 눌리는데?
8. 8.
이게 끝인가 봐. 약간
Well, I
이스터에그가
don't know what happened to the Stanley Parable or what the 8 button is, but apparently you're having a riveting time with it. And frankly, I don't even want to pander to someone who finds this enjoyable. So with that, I guess just go ahead and enjoy the Stanley Parable 8.
뭐 그런 거 같습니다. 그러니까 이 게임은 뭐였냐면 원본이 있고요. 스탠리 패러블이 디럭스, 울트라 디럭스를 발표를 했는데 거기엔 아무도 것도 없었어. 그래서 2를 만들자. 이렇게 해서 디럭스 그 DLC를 파는 건 말이 안 된다. 그래서 2를 만들기로 했는데 2에는 몇 가지 정말 썰렁한 요소들이 있었어. 양동이라던가. 그러고 나서 2가 시작되고 양동이를 들고 1에서 했던 엔딩들이 다 가면 그냥 약간 썰렁한 농담이나 조금 달라진 대사 정도로 모든 걸 다시 다 해볼 수 있어요. 그런 다음에 결과적으로 나레이터가 스탠리가 사실은 진짜 있는 게 아니고 그냥 자기가 이야기를 만들기 위해서 만든 수단이라고 인정을 하고 이제 스탠리를 지우겠다고 선언을 했는데 갑자기 어떤 목소리가 나타나서 수직 요소를 다 모았더니 의미 없는 수직 요소를 다 모았더니 그 목소리는 정확히 누구였을까? 이 게임을 즐겨줌에 감사하며 약간 뭐 그런 느낌?
8. 8.
사실 아무런 내용이 없다고 막 2편 만들고 막 썰렁한 내용이었지만 결국 다 합쳐보면 나쁘지 않은 DLC인 듯?
8. 8. 8.
뭔가 약간 비판을 많이 하고 싶었던 것 같으면서도 그냥 농담거리로 뭐 비판까지 안 하고 농담거리로 쓴 것 같기도 하고
8. 8. 8. 8. 8.
그치 울트라 디럭스라고 이름을 지은 것도 약간 인기의 게임 내에서 약간 비꼬는 듯한 내용을 만들기 위한 떡밥이었어. 어쩐지 이름이 좀 촌스럽더라. 울트라 디럭스 뭐야? 라고 했는데 뭔가 그런 느낌인 것 같아.
8. 8. 8.
뭔가 네 재밌었습니다. 원래 이 게임이 약간 그래요. 뭔가 말하고자 하는 게 있구나. 근데
8. 8. 8.
재밌었으면 된 거지 뭐.
8.
비판까지
8.
나쁘지 않은데 근데 비싸긴 했는데 이 반응이 안 좋았다고 하던데 왜 그 정도까지 아닌 것 같은데 이 게임 원래 이런 스타일이야.
8. 8.
제가 안 본 엔딩이 많아요. 일단 제가 사실 근데 저도 중간쯤에 제가 이거 지금 스탠리 패러블 2를 하고 있는 게 아닌데 갑자기 2를 하고 있다고 믿게 되고 양동이에 집착하게 되면서 약간 다 봐야 된다는 집착에 빠졌어. 만약에 그 수집 그거를 모으지 않았다면 중간에 아 이제 여기까지만 보죠 하고 껐을 것 같아. 다행히 수집품을 모았는데 그래서 근데 확실히 스탠리 그니까 그 사람들이 그렇게 한다는 걸 노린 건지 아니면 내가 단순한 건지 내가 못 본 게 좀 있거든. 원본은 봤는데 양동이들과 안 해본 게 되게 많은데 그거 여러분이 해보시면 될 것 같아요. 그거 다음에 진짜 많아요. 진짜 많아요. 사소한 것까지. 대사 끝났어? 왜 대사 안 나와? 아저씨 별로 안 해놨네 이거. 다시 시작하기?
Hold on. What's this?
아 9편은 없을 것 같... 진짜 어이가 없네. 한 번만 더 켜볼게요. 9편이 있는지. 어? 스탠리의 작은 생일 파티. 아, 8편이 특별했던 거네. 나머지는 그냥 제목만 바꾸는 거고. 그런 느낌이네. 8편이 좀 특별했던 거네요. 그러면 아마 여기가 마무리가 맞는 것 같습니다. 재밌네. 양동이를 들고요. 중간에 내린 다음에 빨간색으로 계속 가는 엔딩 누가 봐주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 꼭 알려주세요. 그러니까 8년 만에 나온 확장팩이네. 이게 참 나쁘지 않아. 내 옛날 기억에 막 여기서 막 뭐 입력하면은 막 엄청 이상한 막 글리치 같은 데로 날아가가지고 뭐 그런 것도 있었던 것 같은데. 그건 옛날에 제가 했으니까. 그리고 설명의 킹루이키를 제가 봤는데 지금부터 뭘 하면 같은 걸 해도 대사가 다르게 나온다네요. 그러니까 3회차까지 녹음을 한 거지. 정말 대단한 게임입니다. 여기서 스탠리를 지운다는 사실을 알고 플레이하는 버전이 또 있나봐요. 제 생각에는. 그래서 나름 뭐 나쁘지 않다. 오늘 여기까지 그러면 하겠습니다. 이렇게 오늘 9부 더 스탠리 패러블 9편 스탠리의 작은 생일 파티 엔딩 봤습니다. 유바. 사실은 10부가 있습니다. 마지막 콘텐츠.
무한 츠쿠요미.
야, 이 로봇은 진짜 나오는 거야?
혹시 지금 캐나다 갔다 오려고 이렇게 무리하시나요?
에필로그 누르면요? 아까 그거 나오지 않을까? 맞네. 똑같네. 스탠리 패러블 울트라 디럭스 버전이었어요. 이름을 왜 그렇게 했나 했더니 이유가 있었네. 네, 이거 간식비 실패했어.
나나양님 막방이시라고 10부까지 해주시니 너무 즐거웠습니다.
시간 어디 갔어?
사세요.
게임하느라.
다음 달에 나나양동이 배지 내줄 거지.
나나양동이요? 그래야죠. 안 보고 있어. 10부까지 하더라고. 이런 진짜 이걸 못 받았네. 화면에 있으면 신경 쓸까봐 가졌지. 이런 진짜. 아, 빠케스 양이죠. 빠케스 양. 아, 그라. 힘들지 않네. 재밌네요. 스탠리 패러블은 근데 이건 진짜 취향 맞아야 재밌는 게임 같아. 이거 약간 어쩌라는 거야 라고 생각하는 사람들도 좀 있을 것 같아.